Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Hopefully you're already enjoying a delicious breakfast. Yeah? All right. Welcome to Bread Beckers. I am Sue Becker, one of the owners and founders here at Bread Beckers, and we're just so glad to have you here today. We are live streaming today, but every day, anytime we do a class, if you could silence your cell phone, that would be very helpful to all the people around you. And I just silenced mine because I forget. So anyway, just so glad to have you. Want to welcome our online crowd. So glad that we could make this available to you. Thank you to my granddaughter for running the camera and running that option, and our wonderful helpers. We're here to serve you. You are enjoying a breakfast. Sorry, online folks, y'all don't get to have the food, but I'm so glad you're here. You're enjoying Ezekiel pancakes, some freshly ground grits. Did we put the cheese on the grits? All right, the way they're supposed to be. No sugar added, and delicious coffee cake. When I first began milling my own grain and making my own bread, I had 5 young children at the time, went on to have number 6, number 7, homeschooled. It had to be easy, so I had 4 basic recipes: a basic yeast dough, pancakes, muffins, and coffee cake. So you're going to have all of those things today. You've already had the pancakes and the coffee cake, so today we're going to be showing you how easy it is to make yeast bread and muffins. Just a little bit of housekeeping. There is coffee back here if y'all missed it when you came in. There's a water cooler right around the curtain where the coffee table is, and through that back door, turn to the right, first door on your left is the restroom. Should we need to leave in a hurry, there are exit doors out here. I would take this option, not that option, because you'll end up in the woods, and who knows what you'll be stepping over that direction. Or you can go out that way. I feel like the Delta stewardess. So anyway, lights are not lighting your path. But anyway, so got to get down to business. You cannot imagine how difficult it was for me today not to wear red and black. I didn't want to offend anyone, but just so you know, Brad and I just got back to Israel, so I did bring a visual aid for y'all today. This says Georgia Bulldogs in Hebrew. So I brought that just so we could remember who's number 1. But anyway, just had to say it. Sorry. Any Tennessee fans here? No, y'all won't even admit it. Oh, you're going to admit it. Good for you. Well, you're sitting at a good table. Drury's from Tennessee, but he's still rooted for the Bulldogs. So anyway, I prayed for y'all this morning, and just felt like God put a word on my heart to share just briefly before we get started. It's a word that I've shared before, but he just really put it on my mind again. Psalm 23, you all know it. It begins this way: the Lord is my shepherd. Stop there. Just stop there and think about that for a minute. When we think of a shepherd, what do we think of? We think of a little boy meandering through the beautiful pastures, playing a flute. Oh, here's sheep. Sheep are dumb, just so y'all know. They don't follow the path very well. But Brad and I, on our trip to Israel, we just got back last week, and we met some shepherds. They're taking their land that God promised them. They feel called by God to come back and settle a land surrounded by enemies. But one of the things God showed me when I started meditating on the shepherd and that picture, that sweet little picture that we have of them, David, the ultimate shepherd who wrote that song, if you remember, he told King Saul, when King Saul tried to tell him he was too young to face Goliath, he said, "Hold on and let me tell you something, what happened one time. Once a lion and a bear came after my sheep, and I killed them with my own hands." That's a different picture of a shepherd, right? The shepherd that we met in Israel, we were sent a notice that you could not even bring a knife, a pocket knife. Men, don't bring a pocket knife into Israel. It's illegal. It's considered a weapon. They're very strict on weapons. But we visited a farm shepherd who's taken the land with his sheep. He settled there, just him and his wife. Now they have 3 young children, surrounded by the enemy, but he has spread out using his sheep to 2,000 acres in Judea and Samaria. And one of the things Brad and I noticed when he headed to the barn to show us his sheep, we were walking behind him. As Brad says, he was packing. He had a gun. And most of them that I met, they had guns. They had a weapon, because if you come after their sheep, they're going to go after you with their hands. That's what a shepherd does. He goes after his sheep. He protects his sheep. So I just wanted to share that with you today. It was, again, a very vivid picture analogy in my mind when we saw this very thin, young, small, petite man, and he had his weapon on his hip so that he could protect anyone that came after his sheep. So let's pray, and we will get started. Thank you, Lord, that you are our shepherd, that you will go after the enemy that comes after your sheep. We thank you for that picture. We thank you for your perfect provision of food to nourish our bodies. We ask you to forgive us for altering your plan and then wondering why we're sick. Lord, forgive us and show us, give us wisdom to lead and guide us back to your way of living, eating, being, worshiping, doing, so that we can be a testimony and a bright light in this dark world. Thank you, Father, for this time together. Thank you for each family represented here. I pray that you would bless them. Thank you for all the helpers that make this class happen. Thank you for those that are watching online. May we be a blessing to each and every person today. In Jesus' name, amen. Well, a little background about myself. How many of you have never been to Bread Becker's? This is your first. Oh my goodness, welcome, welcome. I'm so glad to have you here today. And so 50 years ago, in fact, one of my high school classmates is here today, Drury Andrews. We connected again at my 50th class reunion. But I graduated in Savannah, Georgia, headed to the University of Georgia, go Dogs. And as a pre-med student, when I got there, I realized right away that I did not want to be that long in school, and I did not want that type of grueling occupation and profession after college. I knew I wanted to be a wife and a mother. I met my husband, Brad, at the University of Georgia, and we've been married now, just celebrated 47 years, and so I've accomplished being a wife and a mother. We have 9 children, and we aren't expecting, but one of my children is expecting our 15th grandchild. Hold that thought for just a minute. As always, a timer is buzzing. So I'm going to grab that bread, which exploded my pan, but that's okay. We're all right. Let's check it. Woo! I let it rise a little too long. The best way to see if bread is done is using a thermometer. We'll go over that in a minute. This isn't part of the class. This is an extra because I didn't get the bread in the oven in time. We want it to be 180 to 190. Yep, it's 190 on the nose. So we're going to bring it out. And you're going to get to enjoy this warm bread. Oop, we need to get some butter out. Hang on. With yeast bread, you always want to dump it out of the pan. Quick breads, you have to let cool in the pan for a minute, but you don't want yeast breads to sweat. Just a minute. Doot, doot, doot. Well, sorry, pause. Just loosen where it stuck there around the side. There we go. And this is one of our new wooden cutting boards made in America. We always like that. All right, come on out. There we go. Woo, how beautiful is that loaf? Yay! This is our 2-pound Pullman pan. So we're gonna let that cool just a little bit and let y'all have it here shortly with some butter. Might I add Kerrygold butter? Sarah, here's this if you don't want that. All right, back to my story. So I changed my major in college, graduated with a degree in food science, but I still loved to study the human body, how it worked, the foods that nourished it. So even after graduating from Georgia, I continued my studies. I laugh sometimes and say I was a better student after school than I was ever in school. Didn't love to study as much as I do now. But I always came at everything from the idea that if something's not working in our body, then it must be missing a nutrient. And I know that's a little simplistic. I know that our bodies are a lot more complicated than that and that we do live in a fallen world. So I do understand that. But I studied and I read biochemistry books and read writers and authors and just kind of made the connection. So Brad and I, on our journey, we ate pretty healthy for the most part. Back in the 70s and early 80s, a lot of the information I read was more about supplementation than real food. And so I did a lot of that. And then when we began to have children, I continued to eat real food. That was my basic philosophy in life. Just eat real food. Don't eat the processed stuff that's out there in the store. But I never made the connection with bread until 1991. In 1991, I was introduced to the whole concept of milling my own grain and making my own bread. I was introduced to this idea through a medical journal entitled How to Greatly Reduce the Risk of Common Diseases. In that journal, the history of white flour was presented, and then a brief discussion of the common diseases that plague America and show how it was directly related to the early 1900s when we started separating the bran and germ away from the flour, leaving this long-lasting, nutrient-deficient white flour. I learned that whole grains are the most nutrient-dense food that God has given us. I learned that, but only when they're freshly milled do they retain all of their nutritional value. I learned that freshly milled flour spoils. The moment it is milled into flour, it begins to lose nutrients through a process called oxidation. And in the first 3 days, you can lose as much as 90% of those vitamins that are there, that God intended for you to eat. And then I learned that to prevent the flour from spoiling, these huge steel rolling mills were invented that would sift the nutrient-rich and oil-laden bran and germ away, also taking away our most fiber-dense food that there is, sifting it away, leaving only the white flour, which is protein and starch. Nothing wrong with white flour. We need to eat it, but not without the bran and germ intact. So this is what I learned, and then reading that information and seeing the relationship of the common diseases that plague America, how it was directly related to the bread that we were now consuming, my eyes were open, and how America's health began to drastically decline since 1900. And I could go on. I'm not going to do a nutritional talk today, but I knew this was real biblically and scientifically. So a grain mill came into my home in 1991, and all I can tell you is it changed our life in more ways than one. For me, and it was funny, how many of y'all have ever bought like whole wheat flour from the store and tried to make something out of it? It's nasty, isn't it? It's very dry and gritty, and I knew that from my reading. I was like, well, whole wheat flour is better, but it was gross. I mean, you couldn't make anything fluffy and soft. Those pancakes, that coffee cake, no white flour, no white sugar at all, and they're fluffy and soft. So anyway, my idea when I decided that I was going to mill my own flour and make my bread, that my freshly milled flour was going to be like that whole wheat flour in the store, grainy and gritty and needing to put some white flour in there. But I'm an all or nothing kind of person, and when I read that information, I'm like, white flour is never coming in our home again. And my idea was, if we have to choke this down, we're eating it. That was kind of what I was thinking. Y'all are going to eat this. Open your mouth, you know. I was shocked when this meal came into my home and I made my first beautiful, fluffy loaf of bread, and it was absolutely delicious. I did not have to coerce my children to eat it. They ate it and they loved it, and guess what? I pooped the next morning. What? This was fabulous, and I know y'all came to hear that. Sorry, Drury. Drury's like, oh my gosh. Anyway, constipation. America's the most constipated nation in the world, and I was right there with it. Don't know how they found that out. I would have loved to have been on that survey, just telling you. So something I'd struggled with all my life, tried all kinds of natural things, nothing really worked. Ate the bread, boom, done, finished, done forever since 1991, not a problem. I began to notice that my energy levels greatly increased. This is me on no caffeine. I began to notice that my sinus congestion went completely away. I lived on antihistamines. I could talk to you all day about that and how it's related to constipation, but we won't go there. But anyway, lived on antihistamines till the bread. I can tell you now, I have not had an antihistamine or a decongestant of any kind since 1991. Even if I get a cold or a flu, it runs and blows and like it's supposed to, and it doesn't stop up where I can't breathe. So that's amazing. I began to notice that my sugar cravings disappeared. Even though we were eating healthy, there were little snacky things that I liked, didn't want them anymore because the good carbs were satisfying that. I began to notice the overall health of my family greatly improved. Like I said, we had 5 young children at the time. Since went on and had number 6 and number 7, adopted 2, so that makes 9. If you're wondering, like, okay, she says she had 7, but she has 9. We adopted 2 teenage boys. So anyway, began to notice that my kids just didn't stay, sick and get every kind of bug or snotty nose or ear infection that went around church or wherever they were. So this was exciting. And did I mention the bread tastes delicious? It's good. It was healthy food I did not have to coerce my kids to eat. I did, in those early days of studying, I've done green stuff. I've done brewer's yeast. Anybody ever done brewer's yeast shakes? They told me that it would taste better if you mixed it up the night before. I don't know what it tasted like the night before because the next day it was still nasty. But I choked it down because it gave me energy. But you know what? It did give me energy because it's loaded with B vitamins, but it didn't touch my constipation, didn't touch my chronic sinus congestion and all these things. And guess what? Didn't do it for more than about 4 months. Yep, that was it. How many of y'all are still doing things that you change, healthy eating changes that you made in your diet that you're still doing 30 years later, that you're actually even more excited today about than you were 31 years ago when you started? That's pretty amazing to me. So the bread came into our home, and this is the way we went. And so I was excited. The next thing I knew, I was sharing my bread with other people. The next thing I knew, people started coming to me and going, wow, I notice more energy when I eat this bread, or I poop every day, whatever. And so this was exciting to me. And then they started asking me, where can I get a mill? Will you teach me how to make bread? And in 1992, the fall of 1992, so this is almost to the day 30 years ago, I had been making bread all day for my family and people that were now buying bread from me. And I just grew weary, and I had just had my 6th child. She was a baby, and homeschooling and all of this. And I remember meeting Brad in the driveway. We had been praying for a business that he thought the kids and I could do together. And I met him in the driveway one fall day in November of 1992. And I just looked at him and I said, I do not think I'm supposed to make bread for the world. I think I'm supposed to teach the world how to make bread for themselves. And that is when Breadbeckers was birthed right there on our driveway in 1992. And little did I know what I was saying then, because in 2007, we started a nonprofit ministry called Real Bread Outreach, and we have now been called to the world. We have Real Bread Outreach, through your help, has built a bakery in Haiti, has helped start a bakery in Tanzania. We just got back from Israel, where we helped start a bakery on the Mount of Blessing. And we've been called to some other places, and we go where God opens the door. Uganda, maybe next, Kenya, Jordan. Just got a request for Iraq. Not sure about that one, but we'll see how God leads. But so we're excited. We moved into this building in 1999 out of our tiny 1,300 square foot home where we still live, where we raised our 9 children. And with a kitchen not as big as this counter right here, this much of it. But anyway, it's okay. We eventually moved to our packaging next door, or 2 doors down, to a warehouse where we bring in truckloads of grain and package it down into 6-gallon buckets for your enjoyment. So we sell every kind of grain or bean you can imagine, and we're here to serve you, plus the equipment to change your life for the better. Since 1992, we've had literally thousands of testimonies, and they keep coming in. Had a testimony of a lady that heard us in Israel. We were able to share. And just in the few days of eating the bread there, she had significant bowel issues, and she already saw relief. So it's just amazing what God is doing. You may be thinking that this lifestyle change is hard, but it is not. And we are here to show you, to help you. 4 basic recipes, just start there. Bread, muffins, pancakes, coffee cake. You can do it. And that's what we're here today for. So we're so glad you've joined us. And we're here to come alongside of you. All of my workers my friends and my employees, our employees, they mill their own grain. They make their own bread. You don't have to have me. I'm telling you, in some ways, they know more than me. And yeah, they do. And we're just here to help you and show you how easy it is. God gave us a wonderful promise in Exodus 23, verse 25. He says, if you will obey me, I will bless your bread, and I will bless your water, and I will take sickness from the midst of you. I have a feeling most of us are here because we're facing illness and ill health, and we want answers. Well, I believe with everything in me, you're on the right path. So thank you for coming today. Are y'all ready to make some bread? Yeah? Yeah. All right. So we will get started. First, we sell I told you we bring in grain by the truckload, and our wonderful warehouse workers work diligently to package that grain down into 6-gallon carbon dioxide packaged buckets. We sell just about every kind of grain or bean you can imagine. We have it. We sell it in 6-gallon buckets. I'm going to see if I can lift one up. Yay, I can. My red wheat is very full, so I'm not going to lift it up this morning. But we package it this way because the enemies of grain are moisture, bugs, and rodents. Okay, very prevalent all over the world, but particularly here in the southeastern United States. In fact, when we wanted to become a grain operation, one of our suppliers said, can't be done in the South. It's too humid. So we found a way. Our grain comes in, our wheat particularly comes in 45,000 pounds on the truckload in 2,000-pound bags, or what's called a tote. It's just a nylon bag with a drawstring on top. So sitting on the floor of our warehouse, we don't want those to just sit there for too long. So within just 3 or 4 or 5 days, we get it all packaged into 6-gallon buckets. We package it with carbon dioxide because fact of life, this grows in a field and there could be a bug or something or an egg that we can't see with our eyes, and we want to make sure it doesn't hatch out. So we package the grain with carbon dioxide gas, which displaces the oxygen. There is nothing that can live without oxygen, even eggs or whatever. So we package it like that so we can guarantee that our grain is bug-free. Package it in the 6-gallon buckets. We package it with a lid that you pound on because that's the cheapest, that's the system, the bucket system. But the key is to keeping this bug-free and moisture-free is to keep that lid closed. So to make it a little easier for you to get in and out of this bucket, we do highly recommend and sell these Gamma lids. They're $8. So it's a 2-part system. So you'll pull the lid off, and we can even do that for you. Pull the lid off your bucket. Press your rim of your Gamma lid.
$12.
I'm sorry, what?
$12.
$12. Sorry, they just went up. Everything goes up every day. Whew, it's terrible. Anyway, press the rim on, and you can see it has now, what are these called? Threads. There you go. Thank you. And a gasket here. And so now you have a lid that will screw on and off to keep your bucket more, to make it easier to open and close. We have all kinds of colors. I love putting red on my red wheat, white on my white wheat, blue on my soft wheat. Black would look good. Red and black is always a good color. So anyway, but that's the Gamma lids. Once you put this Gamma lid on your bucket, you don't want to try to take it off. This is now your wheat bucket or your corn bucket or whatever grain you have in that bucket, and then you just pour your new grain into this bucket with the Gamma lid. So do not think you have to buy a Gamma lid for every bucket you have in storage, just the ones you're using out of, okay? Speaking of storage, grain is storable. Wheat is storable. Left whole and intact, it is just as nutritious today as it will be next week, next year, next month, next year, 10 years from now, 3,000 or 4,000 years from now, as long as it's kept dry, bug-free, okay? So, in fact, there were tombs in Egypt that were discovered that were believed to be 3,000 or 4,000 years old, and when they found kernels of grain, and when they planted them, they grew. What does that tell you? That wheat was still alive. But it's when that wheat is milled into flour, all of those nutrients now and the oil exposed to the air, that flour begins to spoil very quickly. So from our buckets, we do package it down into 2-pound bags available for you, or 1-gallon pails. But I'm going to tell you, the most economical way to buy the grain is in the bucket, because when those trucks of grain comes in, it all goes in a bucket first, so that carbon dioxide gas can do its job. Once it's done its job, it's done. So it doesn't matter that you open and close the bucket, it's done its job. It's not like canned food that once you open it, oh gosh, we get that question all the time. How long is it good for now that I've opened it? Doesn't matter, as long as you keep the lid on so no new moisture or bugs or anything get in there, okay? So we package it all that way first, then to go to 2-pound bags and 1-gallon pails, it comes from those carbon dioxide packaged buckets. So definitely the most economical way to buy it. And you may be thinking, gosh, I hadn't used the 5-pound bag of flour I bought last Christmas. That is 42 pounds of grain, and that's going to be 42 pounds of flour that's in a 6-gallon bucket. This is about 7 pounds of grain, and the bags are about 2. There's some things that I don't want 6 gallons of, but it is the most economical. Just wanted you to know that. Okay, so when you came in, you received a red cookbook, a little red cookbook. This is for your to refer to during the class. Catherine, how much are the cookbooks now? $12? Yep, they're $12 now. Everything, the price of paper and printing has gone up so much. We used to sell them for $5 years ago, and they've gradually gone up and up. But anyway, if you want to purchase one, it is $12, and if you're going to purchase it, feel free to write in it, drool on it, get sticky fingers on it. It's yours. Take notes, whatever. If you already have it, and a lot of people say, why don't you just include it in the class? But a lot of people come to this class 3 and 4 times, so you don't need another cookbook each time. So we just figured this is the easiest way to do it. If you're not going to purchase it or don't need to purchase it, then just just refer to it, try to keep it clean, try not to write in it, okay? Hey, Melanie, everybody's fanning, and so am I. Can we crank some air? Huh? You good? Yeah, I'm up here in front of 500-degree ovens going, or actually they're 375. But anyway, so yeah, and then just if you don't want to purchase it, please, don't write in it. Try to keep it clean, and then just leave it laying on the table at the end of the class. I think you were given an evaluation sheet in your folder, maybe not. If not, if so, if you can fill that out. I don't know, Catherine, is that in there? Yep, the evaluation sheet. At the end of the class, after, don't do it now because you might already hate it. But anyway, so if y'all want to turn in the little red cookbook, the first, we're going to look at real briefly on page 10, starts the kind of the basic list of getting started items. And you should have received that in your folder, your getting started items. We're not going to go over in great detail those. You should have gotten a link to watch that video. If you didn't get a chance to before class, I would say go home, look at it again. You're going to get most of it today, but I do go in a lot more detail in that. And we're trying to shorten this class. They're trying to shorten me up, but it's not happening very well. But anyway, we're working on it. But we will go over the basics of yeast bread and quick bread. So let's start with yeast bread. Yeast bread is just what it says. It is leavened using a living organism, yeast. We sell, I didn't get a, Sarah, do you have a minute to run grab me a thing of yeast? Maybe there's one right there. So we sell our yeast in 1-pound packages like this. Once opened, it's loose, kind of like a vacuum sealed coffee container. So once it's opened, it's loose like this. I put mine in a jar, but you can just roll down the lid. Once opened, you want to refrigerate it so that it stays kind of dormant, okay? So this is the cheapest way to buy yeast. I think ours is now, I don't know pricing. I don't work here. They don't let me. But anyway, that's not true. So that's that. But let's talk about yeast bread. Yeast is a living organism. When it feeds on the carbohydrates in your bread dough, it produces carbon dioxide gas. It is very critical that the bread dough can trap that carbon dioxide gas and rise. How it does that is with the proteins found in wheat. When wheat flour is wet, those proteins get hydrated, and they form a stretchy substance known as gluten, the evil demon gluten that's making everybody sick. That's all it is. You're going to see it shortly. It's just this stretch. That's all it is. And it's from the proteins that are found uniquely in the wheat family. There's no other family of grains that form gluten, this stretch. God put it there from the beginning of time. Those proteins have been there, and that's why wheat is the king of bread making. But here's the key. There's two types of wheat. There's hard wheat and there's soft wheat. Hard wheat has a higher protein content than soft wheat. It's higher protein, lower moisture. It's grown in the colder, drier climates of the United States, the breadbasket states, the Dakotas, Montana, some Kansas, Idaho, those areas. Cold, dry climate to give you high protein, low moisture. Soft wheat, on the other hand, is exactly the opposite. It's a higher moisture, lower protein grain, and that's more for your pastries, your quick breads. It'll make a little softer, more delicate biscuit, cake, or cookie. We'll talk about that after lunch when we go over quick breads. But you want a hard wheat when you're making yeast breads. We have two types of hard wheat. We sell others, einkorn, spelt, and kamut, but the basic ones for higher protein for bread making, we have a hard red wheat and we have a hard white wheat. The basic difference is flavor. Think red grapes, green grapes, red apples, green apples, white corn, yellow corn, flavor. Your red wheat typically has a more nutty, richer flavor. Your white wheat is a lot more mild and bland. The red wheat I do find has a little more fiber content. It's not usually as plump a kernel as the white wheat, so it has a little less fiber to flour ratio, or a little more fiber to flour ratio, the red wheat. So if constipation or bowel issues are a real problem with you, you might want to lean more towards the red wheat. That's not saying white wheat is not white flour, okay? So, but I just noticed that in those early days, it really took the red wheat for, a year or more to focus on that. Today I mix mine, red wheat and white wheat together, and we'll talk about that shortly. So again, we sell the red wheat and the white wheat and all of our grains in the 6-gallon buckets, 2-pound bags, 1-gallon pails. So that's your wheat. We want hard wheat for yeast breads, okay? We do sell einkorn and spelt and kamut. Those are still in the wheat family. They have a lot weaker protein structure. Kamut is actually a grain used for pasta making. That's it. 80% of the kamut grown in this country goes to Italy to make pasta. I love a mixture of it in bread, but I don't typically make bread out of straight kamut, spelt, or einkorn. For salt, we use natural mined mineral salt. It's terrible what they do to our food these days. I understand flour spoiled, so that's why they started taking the bran and germ out and making white flour, but things like salt, that doesn't spoil. So why do they refine it? They strip the minerals out of the salt to sell that to another industry and leave you with sodium chloride, which is causing lots of health issues. But real salt does not cause those health issues, so because it contains the natural minerals. And the other thing they do to refine salt is they heat it to about 1200 degrees Fahrenheit so that it does not readily absorb moisture. For my oils, I use 3 oils basically in all my baking. I use extra virgin olive oil, and I use butter, and I use coconut oil. So those are my 3 basic. But in most of my bread making, even everything you'll eat today with the exception of the cookies, I used extra virgin olive oil. There's other good oils out there, but just be warned, seed oils, even though they may say they're cold pressed, they have to use a solvent to get the oil out of that seed. So a lot of their lingo on their labels, like cold pressed, is deceptive. So there's things that aren't good there. And even in the olive oil industry. Now, I'm not going to tell you that we are the only people in this country that carry true extra virgin olive oil, but I'm going to tell you it's an industry that lacks integrity completely. Years ago, our bakery used an extra virgin olive oil. It was labeled extra virgin, cold pressed olive oil. We had it tested and it had less than 1% olive oil in it. Wow, yeah. So things to look for. Our olive oil comes from the Isle of Crete. It is, we just brought some olive oil back from Israel. It was so delicious. The guy picks the olives and presses it the same day. And he said before oxidation can happen, which how many of y'all listen to my podcast? Anybody listen to the podcast? Y'all need to listen to Sue's Healthy Minutes. And I just learned that you can say, hey Siri, play Sue's Healthy Minutes podcast, and boom, I'll just pop right on your speaker. And you can ask Alexa the same thing. So you don't even have to have hands to listen to me, just ears. So it's called Sue's Healthy Minutes. It's on any podcast platform, or you can check it out on our website. But I did a great 2 or 3 week series on fats and oils, and I explained to you about oils and fats and what they do in your body, but also extra virgin olive oil. To be extra virgin olive oil, the acidity level has to be 0.8% or less. This guy's olive oil in Israel was 0.1. The less acidity means less oxidation, less spoilage that's happened before they press it. Our olive oil that comes from the Isle of Crete is all at least 0.8, but oftentimes this one is 0.5 or less. There's one out there that's the Pesa, it's in a box, it's 0.5, and then the black can is 0.2% or less. So that's our extra virgin olive oil. So we use that in our baking. And I just want to say, years ago, when I was just buying olive oil from the store before we started carrying it, I didn't use it in all my baking because it gave a bitter taste, I thought, like the coffee cake that you had this morning. Did you taste any bitter olive oil flavor there? Well, it had olive oil in it. I would have never used olive oil in that. And when I told our importer, this guy from Greece, of course, everything's the best from Greece, but when I told him that, he said, then there's something wrong with the olive oil. And I have noticed that is true. I don't get a bitter taste in anything. I use it in cakes. I use it in the coffee cake. I use it in the muffins. I use it everywhere. So that's our extra virgin olive oil. We do have some infused oils and vinegars from a company called Olivelli. And again, all of those are true extra virgin olive oils. And I think the acidity level is 0.5 or less. I think even 0.3. So that's what you want to look for in olive oil. Honey. Honey, is dirty jug here. You can tell I've been baking all morning. So all of our honey, honey is my sweetener of choice. It is the only truly unprocessed sweetener that God has given us. Maple syrup might be great, molasses, agave, all of those, but they have to go through some processing to get that syrup and that sugar. Not so with honey. So where honey will work, honey's my choice sweetener. And honey is not just sugar, contrary to what you may have read or people might try to tell you. It is loaded with vitamins, minerals, enzymes. It is full of, some of them have over 100 nutrients in them besides just the sugars that are there. You want to make sure it's raw, unpasteurized, which is all of our honey is raw, unpasteurized honey. Again, honey is sterile. Honey doesn't spoil. Why do they mess with it? Because the wonderful honey industry, commercial industry, doesn't want it to crystallize on the shelf. So they heat it, they pasteurize it to destroy the enzymes that are there so it doesn't readily crystallize. And then some disreputable ones may even add some corn syrup to it so it doesn't readily crystallize. And then they have to pasteurize it because they've introduced something that is not sterile. So there you go. Just want to make sure the products that you're buying are what they say they are. And I'm not saying that we're the only ones that you can get these products from, but we know what we're selling and we do our homework. One thing you can look for extra virgin olive oil that I tell people is look for an olive oil that's bottled in the country of origin. So if it comes from Greece, make sure it's bottled there, and all ours comes in from there. If it's bottled in Italy, make sure if it comes from Italy, make sure it's bottled there. If it's bottled somewhere up north, I would question it. There's an olive oil company in this country, one of the biggest, sells more olive oil than olives that are grown in the world. How is that possible? And they know it, they get fined, they pay the fine, and no one puts them in jail and no one shuts them down. Yeah, so I'm not sure what our FDA is doing for us. But anyway, there you have it. I think I've gone over, so wheat, oil, honey, our sweetener, yeast, we've gone over all of those. Yep, salt, Eggs if you want it. Oh, the last is lecithin. Hang on. So lecithin, we no longer can get right now. I have found some sources of sunflower seed lecithin online, so you might just look for it there. We're working on our source here, but the price has tripled. About 80% of the sunflowers are grown in Ukraine, so that shut our supply line down. But so lecithin is an emulsifier. It is found in any food that God created that has oil, has lecithin. So eggs have lecithin. Grains and beans have lecithin. Lecithin is the nutrient that your body uses and needs to break down fats and cholesterol so that it can get out of your bloodstream into your cells where your body needs it. Cholesterol is not a bad guy, just so you know, and I did a podcast on that. Go listen to it. It's amazing. So we're not putting lecithin in to make the bread more nutritious necessarily, though it can, but it's an emulsifier. It breaks down the oils that we're using in the recipe, makes them go into the dough more easily, and so it creates a softer bread. So I've made great bread without it. I made great bread in Israel and Tanzania and Haiti without lecithin. But once you use it, it really makes the bread softer. And if you're one of those that's very used to the fluffy bread in the store, the lecithin will really help give you that texture. And I'm going to go over a few other tricks of getting that softer texture as well. I'm going to set this aside for right now. And we will, whoops, I need my lecithin though. And we will start making bread. Any questions? Everybody good? We've had lots of testimonies of people's cholesterol. In fact, the first testimony that really came to me while I was still making bread for other people, that made me start pulling out my biochemistry and physiology books and going, how could this bread do this? I mean, I had my own, and I had started looking at constipation and my sinus congestion and all that. But before 8 o'clock in the morning, one morning, before we started Bread Beckers, I got a phone call from a lady that said, it's the bread, it's got to be the bread. Her cholesterol dropped 85 points in 1 month, and all she had changed was the bread. She had been working on this for 3 years, multiple doctors, multiple medications, and nothing had worked. And it was her testimony. She said it was the bread, not me. Had no clue. And I since learned that every nutrient, inositol, choline, B6, lecithin, is in grains and beans. Every nutrient to bring down your fat and your cholesterol. And heart disease was never an issue. There was isolated cases prior to the 1900s. So, yep. We got a lot of changing to do to get back our health and the food the way God created it. So let's make some bread. So first thing you're going to need, top of your list of basic list of getting started items, which, listen, that's just a basic list. You don't need every item on there. We are not high pressure salespeople, but here's the deal. People would sit through this 3-4 hour class, and then they would come up to me after I had talked and say, okay, what do I need to get started? Boom, so we fixed a list for you. There's some basics I'm going to go over. We've already gone over most of those. You decide what you need and what you don't need, okay? But first and foremost, you need a way to mill your own grain. So you're going to need a grain mill. The mill that we love, that I have used for more than 25 years now, is the Wonder Mill. It is so easy to use. It uses stainless steel milling heads. See if I can find them. It was, they got the idea for this grain mill because prior to the discovery of using stainless steel milling heads back in the 80s, most of your grain mills and even your home mills were stone heads. So they got this idea from the pharmaceutical industry. Something good came from there. To use to grind medicines so that it would be very fine, very consistent particles. So they were like, why can't that grind grain? So this milling head sits stationary. This one fits right down in and spins very fast, a lot faster than that, okay? So that's what the milling heads are in the Wonder Mill and the Nutri-Mill that we sell. So Here's how easy it is to use. The capacity of the hopper here is about 8 cups of flour. A cup of grain mills into about 1.5 cups of flour. So your 8 cups of grain is going to mill into about 12 cups of flour. You don't have to do that much, of course, at one time. I calculate how much I need. Excuse me. Let me get my bulldog cup over here and get a sip of water.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
When we bake bread, we have found that if we put just a little bit of bread flour, it does better. What is the difference? You going to help me with that?
Yep. Her question is, she puts a little bread flour in there and it does better. You don't really want to do that because you're messing up the fiber to flour ratio. But yes, the bread you're going to eat, I'm going to have them probably go ahead and slice. Y'all can go ahead and slice this beautiful. Y'all like that? I love this loaf. And it's supposed to be, if I hadn't risen it too long, the top would have stayed on and it would have been a perfect square sandwich loaf, but it got forgotten. So they're going to spread a little butter on that. And if y'all want to go ahead and give them the orange cranberry pumpkin muffins today. I usually make banana muffins, but it's fall. We got to do pumpkin. I almost made pumpkin pancakes too, but I thought if somebody doesn't like pumpkin, they're like going to go hungry. So I'm going to serve you a pumpkin orange cranberry muffin, which I'm going to show you how to make those after class. But yeah, you really don't want to use bread flour, and the secret will go over when we start making the dough is to get that dough a little softer and to use the right wheat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not against using the steel grinders, but I came here kind of more the natural way. And why do you prefer those over the stone? What is there anything wrong with the stone, or
So,
I would prefer the stone, but why do I prefer?
okay, so, well, that's my question to you. So his question is, he came here to go to the more natural way, looking for a stone mill, and he's wondering why I like the stainless steel milling heads. Well, I'll tell you this, but I do want to hear your answer of why do you think a stone mill is more natural?
I'm not sure.
There you go. The problem is, prior to the invention of the steel rolling mills that separated the bran and germ from the flour, the mills were stone milling heads, okay? That's what they were. So, and then even the smaller home mills were stone mills. So there is some false kind of information out there that steel milling heads are unnatural and not good. And it's coming from the fact that it was steel rolling mills that came on the scene that began to separate the bran and germ. So that's it. As far as stone mills, there's nothing more healthy about stone ground flour. Now, the first mill that I came in contact with, my mother-in-law actually had it. It was a stone mill. And here in the southeastern United States, if you do not use it every day, if it's stored, it will attract bugs because the oils stick to the stones. It also sticks to the flour. The stone mills that I have seen, we're considering carrying them because they're so popular right now and people feel like you. But they dump the flour into an open bowl. They're very slow. We got it out just this week. The flour was much more coarse, even on the finest setting, than what I'm going to get with my steel mill. The steel mill, very clean. Steel's not going to absorb the oils. The flour doesn't collect on them. So they're just very, very easy to clean. They're very fast. You'll see when, so let's go back. I think I'll answer your question. Yeah. And then, I mean, just this week I'm on several Facebook milling groups, and somebody was saying, you know, if you crank those stone heads down to where they're touching, which is how you're going to get it, then they got to be grinding each other. So that's a thought that I have. I know they're hard. So that is true. But anyway, and then one of the mills that I looked at when I was writing my book to give some comparison, and it's one of the more expensive stone mills, prettiest probably of all of them. You could take the top off and you could be cleaning it. You could turn it on with the milling heads exposed. And that concerned me a little bit with younger children. You can't get to the milling heads on this. So let's look at it. Hopper here holds 8 cups of flour. The flour goes into this closed flour canister, okay? It's very fast, very clean, and I like the fact that the flour goes into a closed canister. So here's how you use it. And I think I'll answer your questions as I explain more, but if you have more, let me know. So this is the lid for the milling lid. There's a cup. I don't know if you can see from where you are, but it has a flat side there. Can you see that it's not completely round? That flat side, you're going to match up to a little tab right here on the lid, and the newer ones will have arrows for you, but mine have come off, and that tab is actually about to break off, but it's okay. It's just a marker, and you'll still see a little nub there. So you're going to match that flat side parallel to that tab, and you just snap it into place. Most people, the way they rip that tab off is it looks like you should twist it. You don't. It just snaps on. Okay, so you just snap that. The cup serves to help the gravitational feed of the grain down into the milling head, but it also covers up this hole that's a blast of air blasting into your canister to keep it from just blowing that flour all around. So you do want to put it on in the correct location. And then now all you're going to do is snap the lid on. Now, you want to snap the lid on. Do you see the 3 tabs here? I have found my canister lid's pretty easy to snap on, but sometimes newer ones, you'll just fight it to get it snapped on. But I have found that going from these 2 towards the gray tube, it snaps a lot easier. Okay, so you just want to start here, and even though you hear a slight click, you want to hear a very distinct snap. Okay, you want to hear that. If you don't hear that, because sometimes you'll feel that it goes down a little bit, but you don't hear that, you won't be happy. Because when you connect it and you turn it on, it creates kind of a suction, and if that lid is not on, boop, it'll pop off, and you got a mess, because half your flour is going to blow all over your kitchen. But it's very clean as long as you snap that on. And then removing the lid the same way, it's more flexible here at the gray tube, so you'll be able to pull that lid off a lot easier if you pull it from that gray tube. If you start back here, it's just not as flexible as where that tube is, because there's not as thick a lid there. So we want to just, let me make sure I didn't pull it back out. Snap it down. Twist the tube. You're going to insert it in the port here. Those milling heads are back up in there. Even if you stuck your finger in there, they're enclosed. You can't get it into the milling heads. So I don't recommend sticking your finger in there, but I'm just telling you, it is enclosed. So you just want to insert the little gray tube into the port there, and you're ready to go. There is a gentle reminder. These milling heads sit flat, so you want to get them spinning before you fill the hopper with grain. So you want to turn it on, and that says right there, turn on before filling. The other stainless steel milling head mill that we sell, the Nutri-Mill, it does not need to be turned on. The milling heads sit this way, so you can go ahead and just fill the hopper up with grain. So we're going to turn this on. Because those milling heads get to spinning pretty quickly, sometimes you'll have a little torque with your mill. It will only take you one time of knocking everything off the counter, your oil, your honey that you had measured. So I hold mine. Typically, this is the way I do it. I just hold it this way and click it on with my thumb. Just giving you a little warning. How do I know? Because I've done it. So we're just going to turn this on. This is the coarseness, fineness dial. Honestly, the milling heads grind the flour so fine. I typically just stay, I say 12 o'clock. Did you hear the pitch change? When you hear that pitch change, it just cleans, you let it run for just a few seconds, and those stainless steel milling heads spin, they blow all the flour out, and they just cleaned itself. There is no cleaning to this mill. Now, that is a drawback that some people think, that you can't break this, can't open it up and clean it out and dust it out. And also the stone mills, they do go from very coarse, like just cracked grains, to pretty fine flour. But we had the one the other day on very fine, and it was very coarse. We can bring it out if you want to see the difference in it later, but that is a plus in that you can just crack the grain with a stone mill, because you can really separate those plates. But guess what I use to crack my grain with? a blender, and it's that fast. So I don't miss having the very, very fine flour when I'm ready to use it. So I'm going to pass this around, and I'll dump it in a bowl and let y'all see it. Now, it's really funny. So here's the first meal I ever sold. Someone called and said, "What's this brown stuff in my flour?" And I'm like, that's the reason you're milling. That's the bran and the germ. So I did mill red wheat here. It's a little more distinctive, but you can see it's very coarse. And then here's the fluffier part of your flour. So let's dump that in a bowl, and we can pass it around, and y'all can feel it. And this is not even on the coarsest setting. Melanie, if you can just start that somewhere. Oh, your hands. Here, Sarah, start that somewhere. Just start that right there, and y'all just pass it around. So to clean the mill, like I said, there's no cleaning here. You don't open it up. You don't need to clean the milling heads. You will collect some flour on the lid, so I just have a little cheap pastry brush, and I just from time to time, not every time, but if you want to do that, go right ahead. I just dust it out when it collects a lot. Now, I did clean it for class today, but here's the deal. Don't wash this lid, okay? As a food microbiologist, which I did graduate from the University of Georgia with a food science degree. I don't think I finished that story, and I worked as a microbiologist for Kraft Foods before I began to have children. But so when I looked at this, and I thought, if I put this down in water and wash it, how am I going to get this completely dry? If water collects in there, it's the perfect setup for mildew. And even for flour to clog. That's how the flour flows from the milling heads into the hopper. So just don't wash this. You can wipe off the top for sure, but I would never put this lid down in water. If you already have, don't panic. It's okay, just don't do it again. But anyway, so there we have it. But I'll show you, it'll collect. So here's one I milled all morning with, and so it collects a good bit of flour. The flour that collects in here is very, very fine, perfectly fine to use. Usually I just tap it on the side of the canister and dump it in with the rest of my flour. So that's what that'll look like. All right. Any questions? Yep.
Gluten-free has become very, very popular. Could you explain
You want the short answer or the long answer? There's a scripture that says in the last days there's going to be liars and doctrines of demons telling you to not eat food that God created. Boop, there you go. That's the short answer. The longer answer is this. You heard what gluten is. All it is the proteins that are particularly specific to the wheat family. When you wet that flour, they form a stretchy substance called gluten. Gluten is not even in grains. It is something that is formed, okay? That is gluten. You see that stretch? That is gluten. That's all it is, okay? So here's the problem. Remember I told you the journal that I read blamed the common diseases on the commercially processed white flour and white bread. Well, guess what white flour is? Protein and starch. So gluten is being isolated out of this factor and being blamed when it's really the whole of the commercially processed flour. Does that make sense to you? Yes?
Yeah, you mentioned multiple types of wheat, hard white wheat, or hard red wheat. And so recently at home I've been trying to make sourdough starters.
Uh-huh.
And I've tried organic whole wheat and organic rye, spelt, and every type of it. Nothing seems to work. Do you have a certain type of grain that you recommend that might be higher in natural yeast that would allow me to form a proper starter?
Okay, his question is about sourdough, a little beyond the scope of this class, but we'll go there. He's asking what type of wheat would be best to make a sourdough starter. When you say you've tried other grains, have you tried just the flour, or have you milled the flour?
So I've just bought different types of flour.
Therein lies your problem. Yeah. Most of the flour sold, even if it's whole grain, it is still exposed to chemicals and also left to oxidize. I have never had a problem starting a starter with my freshly milled flour. In fact, usually the first day it's already bubbly. So that's probably the problem. What you know, when those steel rolling mills came on the scene in the early 1900s, all flour is made that way now, unless it's a small mill. There are some smaller mills that grind, but even those, like one that's I think in Maine, they let the flour sit to oxidize purposely. So, but when those steel rolling mills came on the scene, the Brandon Germans sifted away to make whole wheat flour. They add some of it back, but it's still exposed to chlorine dioxide, benzoyl peroxide, potassium bromate. It's still exposed to all these chemicals to enhance the bread making qualities and things. So that probably could be what's happened there, is those organisms have now been exposed. You know, they're on the surface of the grain. Yeah. Yep. In fact, on the Sabbath or on Passover in the Jewish feast, they have to make their bread. They're supposed to have it from wetting it to coming out of the oven in like 11 minutes, because those organisms will rise that bread whether they put extra yeast in it or not. So that may be the problem there. But so does that answer your question? So it's more the white commercially processed bread. That your gut is the key element in your body and for your health. I mean, it is a main area. Let me put that. So if your bowels aren't moving, you're going to create a lot of issues. Now, there is a disease called celiac disease. True celiac disease is genetic. You're born with it. Most children are diagnosed by the time they're 7 to 10 years old. They are very sickly. If they eat bread, they get very sick, just horrendous, diarrhea, stomach pains, throwing up. I mean, you know something is wrong. And they're usually, then if they cannot digest the gliadin component, it's the amino acid, one of the ones that makes the stretchy gluten, then it causes the villi in their gut to lay down and be destroyed. And so then they can't absorb minerals and nutrients, and so they're typically become anemic and frail, and they're the sickly child. When I was growing up, they didn't know so much about gluten, but there was usually one kid in the class, you know, that was kind of sick all the time. But listen, less than 1%, it's like 0.8% of people in this country have true genetic celiac disease. You got a question there?
You've addressed several health issues. What about diabetes?
I have a podcast on that. Blood sugar is the reason diabetes is so common now. And I do need to finish let me finish the celiac thing real quick, and I'll answer that. Okay, so we want to answer diabetes too. And I'm sorry, I wasn't going to do the nutrition. You do have CDs. If anybody still has a CD player, I think we put the CDs still in your handout. Most people don't have that. If you don't have a way to play a CD, then just leave those CDs on the table as well, which is why I started the podcast, okay? But here's the thing about celiac disease. True genetic celiac disease, you will never be able to eat wheat because you cannot digest the gliadin component of the wheat proteins, okay? Whether it's freshly milled or not. So, if you can't digest these proteins, it's going to lay down the villi. It's going to cause all kinds of gut issues and health issues, all right? But what is happening in America today is now 100 years we've been eating protein and starch with none of the vitamins, minerals, fiber to keep our gut cleaned. And so the villi is being laid down. We have leaky gut, and it's all being blamed on gluten when it's really the whole realm of the commercially processed flour, because our bowels aren't moving and our bowels aren't getting clean. And so now people are thinking, yeah, they go gluten-free and they feel better. Why? Because they quit eating the junky bread out there in the store, okay? But they are not, and some will come in, like typically a celiac is not going to be obese because they have trouble gaining weight. So it kind of raises a lot of questions in my mind when a 40-year-old obese person comes in and says, I was diagnosed with celiac disease. No. and it doesn't develop, what is developing? And as a food microbiologist, I finally found a study, a scientific study, where it called it what? I couldn't find the name for it. Non-genetic celiac disease. That's what we're seeing now. And the good news is that's reversible, because that is like adult onset diabetes. After years now of eating this way, we've now laid down the villi in our gut and we have all these health issues. It's getting blamed on gluten specifically, which that's not the case if you're not a celiac. And when we explain to people that this bread, though it is from wheat and it does have the gluten-forming proteins, it has all the fiber, all the minerals, all the vitamins, everything to make your body help to digest it and get your gut cleaned out. I wish I could tell you how many people that think they have to go gluten-free, that think they are celiac, can eat this bread, if they're not a true genetic celiac. I want to make that clear. True genetic celiac, never will you be able to eat wheat. But you're even bigger candidate to grind your own grain, because the gluten-free bread in the store is nasty, and you can grind your own brown rice and make it whole grain with gluten-free grains. But I'll tell you a quick story. Our children owned a bakery for a while, and my son would go and do farmers markets. Well, the whole gluten-free craze came around, you know, and everybody's grasping at answers for why they're sick, okay? And it's funny because I teach all those things, all those diseases that people think they need to go gluten-free for. I teach all of them are caused by the commercially processed bread. So, but anyway, my son would do this farmer's market, a big one down in Peachtree City. Gluten-free came just, oh man, crushed his bakery, just so you know. But anyway, he made a gluten-free bread. But this mom came up to the table and was talking to him, and she was like, my daughter she needs to go gluten-free. If she eats wheat, she eats bread, she doubles over in pain, she throws up, she has all these issues, she just can't eat wheat. She said, but she really hates the gluten-free bread. Even yours that's the best, but she still hates it. She just wants a nice, soft sandwich. My son explained kind of what I just explained and said, well, might not be the gluten at all unless she's a true celiac, you know, and she goes, no, she's not. We had her tested. She's not, but she doubles over in pain when she eats bread. Something I hear a lot in 30 years. And so he explained everything. She goes, you know what? I'm going to try your bread. She just wants a sandwich. And she goes, if she can't eat it, then I know to take it away. The little girl that was 10 years old at the time came running up to my son's table. His name is David. She called him Mr. Dave. Mr. Dave, Mr. Dave, I love your bread. I ate a sandwich every day and never threw up and never had a tummy ache. That is freeing. That is freedom. So that's the good news I want to share with you. I don't want to contradict any of your doctor's diagnosis, but if you are not a true celiac, chances are you can eat bread made from freshly ground whole grain. It will clean you up, clean you out, and it will heal your gut and do so many other things. Diabetes is caused by the fact that fiber has been sifted away from our bread. The white bread is protein and starch. It is broken down very quickly, and not only that, lots of sugars added to it. So you're eating protein, starch, and sugar, metabolized very quickly, shoots your blood sugar up really quickly because there's no fiber there to slow it down. Fiber cannot be broken down quickly during digestion, so it actually absorbs those sugars and makes it be released into the bloodstream much more slowly. Does that make sense? And so you'll get a slight rise, but that's normal, but not the spikes and the drops and the spikes and the drops. And even if you are on medication, you should see the need for that greatly, greatly reduced. Dr. James Anderson of the University of Kentucky did years of research on taking people off, the diabetics, high protein, low carb diet and putting them on a high carb, low, did I say that right? High protein, low carb was what most diabetics are told to eat, right? Put them on high carb, low protein, but the carbs were whole grain breads, fresh fruits and vegetables. And one study I read of his, 18 of the insulin-dependent diabetics that went through this study, 16 of them came out of the hospital without insulin. That's amazing. Yep. Okay. We better get to making bread. I didn't mean for this to be a nutrition class. Listen to the podcast, Sue's Healthy Minutes. It will blow you away. And if you have a way to listen to the CD, listen to the CD. But it's exciting. God gave man bread to strengthen and nourish the heart. Jesus compared himself to bread and said, I am the real bread of life. He who comes to me shall be satisfied. So let's make some bread. How about that? Y'all ready? All right. So we're going to get our mill ready. I think I just bumped the cup off, so let's make sure. Oh, nope, it's still attached. Snap it into place. Want to hear that snap? Twist the tube. Insert it here. Turn to page 19, if you will, in your cookbook there. Oh, we're way behind. Page 19. Y'all are asking some good questions, though. Let me see how bad we are. Let me find my, there we are. There's my notes. Okay, we're not too bad. But anyway, so turn to page 19 in your book. We're going to make the basic bread dough. Now, here's what I learned early on. Remember I told you 4 basic recipes: muffins, pancakes, coffee cake, yeast bread. I discovered you did not need 10 yeast bread recipes. You did not need a cinnamon roll recipe, a raisin bread recipe, a pizza dough recipe, a dinner roll. No, find a dough you like and go for it. Now, there's other recipes that I do now. I have an oatmeal bread in my Essential Home Ground Flour book, which that's there, and I will be happy to sign it for you. My kids think that's funny, but anyway, I will. But this is a basic recipe. I use it for everything: donuts, dinner rolls, pizza dough, cinnamon roll. What did I say? Cinnamon rolls. Anyway, all kinds of things, which we're going to make some dough and roll it out here shortly. But this is just a basic, good yeast bread recipe that should give you good sandwich bread, fluffy bread without white flour. Okay? We're going to get you there. All right, so you can see that it says 4 to 4.5 cups of flour. Most yeast bread recipes, it's going to vary how much flour you use depending on the grain that you use, depending on the humidity in the air. And it's funny. Whether you use an egg or you don't use an egg. And what's forgiving about this recipe? If it's too sweet, then cut the honey in half. If you don't want that honey, leave it out, altogether. But what's that going to do? Reduce the liquids, reduce how much flour you need. But I have found if I follow this recipe pretty exactly, I don't use the flax seed that often, that it takes about 4.5 cups of flour. 4.5 cups of flour, I need 3 cups of grain, right? To make 4.5 cups of flour of hard wheat. I like to mix hard red and hard white. So I usually do 2 parts red because I love the flavor of the red wheat. Did y'all have the bread and butter? Was that good? Yeah. Was that soft enough for you? All right, that's what we're about to make, okay? That was 2 parts red wheat, 1 part white wheat, okay? Like I said, red, for 3 years when I first started, I only had hard red wheat. I didn't know about soft wheat. I didn't have time to deal with rye. Just hard red wheat. That's what I had. That's what I made. So you can see me gravitate towards red because I love the nutty flavor of it. But for pizza dough, for garlic rolls like you're going to have shortly, I'll use white wheat because it's more bland and mild. Where I want the flavor of what I'm making and not the bread be the predominant flavor, I'll go with white wheat. But I really like the red wheat flavor, and it's a little more cleansing, okay? So I've got 2 cups of red wheat here and 1 cup of white wheat. Turn the mill on. Pour it in. This is going to mill into about 4.5 cups of flour. I'm going to get my water heating. Yeast likes warm and moist, so I'm going to heat my water to right at about 110, 120 degrees while it's heating with my handy-dandy water kettle here. I'm going to get my other ingredients ready. We'll scoot the mill over so you can see it. No, it doesn't need to. So, right. You hear the pitch change? Just walk over and turn it off. Now, I told you that gluten, that stretchy substance that forms, is critical for yeast breads. Gotta have it, okay? There's 2 ways gluten forms. By simply hydrating the flour, that stretch will form. So in recipes that, if any of y'all ever tried those overnight, no knead recipes where it's flour, water, salt, and a tiny bit of yeast, and you just stir it. You don't have to knead it. And then lo and behold, you come back the next morning and it's nice and stretchy, right? That's because there was no oil there to inhibit the hydration of that flour, and it just hydrates by sitting okay? And they'll even do it in a couple of hours. You come back and stretchy. But Americans like fluffy bread, right? So we have to add some oil. And we like sweet bread, so we have to add some honey. This coats those strands of protein and keeps it from hydrating so effectively. So what do we have to do to it? Knead that sucker, okay? Just mix it and mix it and mix it and mix it until it forms that stretchy substance. You can do it by hand. It's very easy to do that. It might take 10, 15 minutes. Depends on who you're mad at that day. If you're mad, 5 minutes. So just depends. But that's where machines come in handy. You do not need a machine, but they do make life easier. And they will knead the dough, no matter how sticky it is. So that allows you to generally use less flour than when you knead the dough by hand. Less flour is softer dough. Softer dough is softer, fluffier bread. Okay? So we have two options for mixing your bread dough by a machine. One is, let me pull it over in the camera. One is the Zoharushi bread machine. Google it. It is by far the #1 bread machine reviewed out there. Okay? The cool thing about a bread machine, y'all are probably all familiar, they became very popular in the 90s just to be so cool and make a loaf of bread, you know. So, but the Zoharushi really, really does a beautiful job of kneading the dough. It has a large 2-pound pan, has 2 paddles in the bottom. It has a strong motor that can do 20 minutes of kneading, which is what your whole grain dough will typically take. It's a large 2-pound loaf. And like if you're familiar with bread machines, it will knead the dough, it will let the dough rise, and it will bake the dough. So this is it. You can feed this baby 5 minutes, putting all the ingredients in, pop it in here, hit start, and come back to a fully baked loaf of bread. Now it'll be several hours, just like making it, you know, by hand. But yeah, so that's that. Nice features of the Zoharushi Virtuoso Plus. They do have 2 models. The biggest upgrade to the Virtuoso Plus is they put these handles on the pan to make it easier to pull the hot loaf pan out of the hot auto bakery. Also, the biggest complaint with bread machines is that the crust gets too dark to cook it long enough to get the large loaf done. Gets the crust too dark. So Zoharushi fixed that problem by putting a heating element in the lid as well as the base. So it does a really, really beautiful job of baking the bread. My favorite is that it has 3 programmable cycles, what we call homemade cycle. So I can program this bread machine to do what I want it to do, which is significant, particularly here in the southeastern United States, where you never know what the day's weather is going to be, especially in the fall and spring. I turned on my air conditioning last Sunday, and I kept seeing people post on their Facebook thing that, what the heck, it's November, and I'm turning on my air conditioning. It was so hot. Now it's a little cooler, but, so that's nice. Yeast likes warm and moist. It's going to rise faster if it's warmer, slower if it's colder. So having programmable cycles where I can adjust that rise time to be longer or shorter depending on the temperature in my home is very key. My daughter did, we have a YouTube channel, Bread Becker's YouTube channel, lots of videos out there to watch. She has a whole video, 15 minutes long, I think, on programming the Zoharushi for those homemade settings. And you'll see the suggested settings, the starting point settings right down here on that first page, okay? All right? So, but I have one of my homemade cycles to just knead the dough, because one of the first cycles is heating the water up, and that's critical. I didn't tell you about time bake. You could put this on tonight and wake up tomorrow morning to the smell of hot baked bread in your kitchen. So, or put it on before you go to work and come home to your loaf of bread. Takes 5 minutes to put the ingredients in. But so if you did something like that, it actually has a step in one of the cycles to warm those liquids up before it starts kneading. But the biggest thing I used my bread machine for, especially with all the kids I had, one loaf of bread didn't last a meal, okay? So I like to just get it to make some dough for me, to make hamburger buns or donuts or cinnamon rolls or whatever. So I have everything turned off on one of my homemade settings, except knead. And that's what I'm going to use for you today. So we're going to get some dough mixing up. And I'm going to actually show you using a bread cloche. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But I'm going to go ahead and put my base in the oven to preheat while the dough is kneading. I'm going to, hang on, I need to turn this off and back on. Whoop, I hit the wrong thing. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, hang on just a minute. Okay, so this is definitely an option for muffins, pancakes, and quick breads. You don't need a machine. Wire whisk and a bowl. I have machines. You don't need a machine to do those, okay? Because they don't want to be mixed a lot. You don't want that gluten to develop, okay? So let's put our bread dough on in the bread machine. It's got 2 paddles. You're going to drop them down into place on those posts. Make sure they go all the way down. Now, no matter if you're mixing by hand or mixing in a bread machine or mixing in the mixer, your steps to making yeast bread are basically the same. You're going to start with your liquids. So I take my water and I heat it up so it's nice and warm. It warms this cold pan up and gets the perfect environment ready for the yeast. So that was 1.5 cups of water. Now I'm going to get my oil. When you're working with honey, you want to measure your oil first and then your honey on top because it'll help the oil just flow the honey flow right out of that pan. Out of the cup. This is the part of the class where I start talking crazy. So y'all just have to pray for discernment. All right, so that was 1/3 cup of oil, 1/3 cup of honey. I'm using what we call a bakery honey. Some years ago, there still is a honey crisis in our country. The bees are dying, and yeah. So we reached out to our honey supplier and said, can you please get us a little cheaper honey that's just great for baking? It's great for eating, but our customers are pretty much baking with it a lot, and it was breaking the bank. Some of these were $90 a gallon. So this is a blend of some less popular eating honeys. So that's why it's a little cheaper. It's, again, still raw and unpasteurized. Get my little spatula here. But you can see the honey sliding out. Now, it doesn't slide out quite as easily because of my measuring cup, but I love my measuring cup. Who came up with this? My mother was a very, very Southern lady. And she would say, why didn't I think of that? So notice the I call it the ledge, the angle here. That allows you to look straight down on the measuring cup and look at your graduations there as you're measuring. And you may think that's silly, but when you're measuring out of a 12-pound gallon jug of honey and a 3-liter gallon jug of oil, it's kind of nice to not have to get down on your side and look at it. It does still have the graduations on the side, but there we go. So that's our oil and honey. Now we need salt. 2 teaspoons of salt. This is my Redmond Natural Mind mineral salt. I'll tell you about this if we have time, but we need to move on. Cool. All right. Water, oil, honey, salt. We're going to use an egg. Egg makes things softer. That's why cakes have eggs, because it adds some fat there, but it also has lecithin. So has some leavening abilities to it as well. It doesn't. Whoops. My daughter was filming me one time, and she's like, Mom, you need to pull that trash can closer. She said, it looks like you're just lobbing stuff over there. And I did. I missed, so maybe I will pull it a little closer. It doesn't really matter. At home, I take it right out of the refrigerator. Y'all just don't need to watch me go to the refrigerator. So I just kind of lay everything out. So that's the egg. So now 2 tablespoons of lecithin, which, did y'all know that 1/8 of a cup is 2 tablespoons? So I found for this recipe, it says 2 tablespoons there, but the sunflower seed lecithin, I found somewhere between 1.5 and 2 is fine. So I just use a scant 2 tablespoon measurer. There we go. And now watch. I'm believing this is 4.5 cups of flour. So when I use my bread machine to make my dough, I make sure my flour canister is empty, and I mill my 3 cups of grain, and I just dump it. My mother, who was also very Southern, never made yeast bread in her life, cooked all her life, in fact, worked her way through college making biscuits in the cafeteria at Wesleyan College in Macon. She was a preacher's daughter, so she had to work to help with school costs. And when I started making yeast bread, we'll talk about why do Southerners not make yeast bread? Because the kind of wheat that grows here is soft wheat, because it's a high moisture, a lot of rainfall during the growing season. What is soft wheat for? Pastry flour, cakes, biscuits, cookies. Every grandma is known for her cake, and every grandma can make biscuits. And my mom can make great, great biscuits. So when I started making yeast bread, she was just like blown away. She had never tried it a day in her life. And she looked at me one day and I said, Mom, you can do this. I'll get you a mill. You can do this. I'll get you a bread machine. She goes, no, yeast bread scares me. Just like that. Don't be scared. Yes, there's some variables, but don't be scared. There's no cake recipe that you could go, I don't like how sweet this is. I think I'll cut out the sugar. Or I think I won't put an egg in there. No, you can't do that, right? You got to put those ingredients in. You can do that with yeast bread, so don't let it scare you. So we're going to tip the pan slightly towards you, snap it in, and I'm going to choose the homemade cycle that is set just for dough. Actually, it's a course, not a cycle. So we're going to press start, boom, and it's already kneading, okay? Now, if I were doing a time bake, I would have made sure that the homemade course had that heating up part, yeah.
Could you use the bread dough hook on like a KitchenAid mixer?
Say that again?
Could you use the bread dough hook on like a KitchenAid mixer?
Absolutely. Her question is, can she use the dough hook on the KitchenAid mixer? Yes. Most of you probably already have KitchenAids. When they die, call me. But go ahead, use it. KitchenAid is not what KitchenAid used to be. I have a Hobart KitchenAid. My husband, I've been cooking since the beginning, and he bought me a Hobart KitchenAid. KitchenAid Hobart was commercial. KitchenAid was their domestic line. Their little KitchenAid mixers were commercial grade mixers, scaled down for your home. Mine still works, okay? And it was what I started with until I discovered this one, okay? So unfortunately, in the 80s, kind of mid-80s, Americans quit cooking. Maybe a cake mix, maybe bread dough every now and then, maybe a batch of cookies. Hobart sold KitchenAid to Whirlpool. Whirlpool greatly cheapened the machine. Nothing against Whirlpool, but no one needed that heavy a duty a mixer in this country. And so that's why KitchenAid is probably worldwide one of the largest, mixers sold, but it's not heavy duty, and they know it. In fact, and it was funny when we first started, I would tell people, because I had a KitchenAid, and I'd say, just get a KitchenAid. If you can't afford this, baby, just get a KitchenAid. And the next thing I knew, people were calling me going, I burned my KitchenAid up in 3 months, and they were really making a lot of bread. Some people, the last couple of years, I know that cooking schools, they get new KitchenAids at the end of every year. One cooking school, King Arthur, switched to Ankarsrums, and they haven't gotten new ones, and that was a couple of years ago. So, yeah, that's the thing. If y'all got KitchenAids, use it, okay? Till it dies, then call me. All right? All right, let's, y'all good? We just mixed up. We got bread dough kneading. I've got my cloche heating. Yes? Lecithin is an emulsifier. It will make the bread dough softer. Can certainly make bread without it. It is an optional ingredient, okay? I think I did. Yeah, that was the one I've measured with my little measuring spoon. Yeah, we sell the lecithin in bag. Well, we used to. We can't get it right now. We're working on it, but yeah. And you can probably find it online. But you can make great bread. I made great bread in Israel without lecithin, okay? I did not. We can't get gluten right now, so, but let me explain why gluten is even in the recipe. When I wrote this book, this was my recipes that I developed the very first year I was making bread. 1993, terrible year for wheat. There was flooding out in the West, and so the hard wheat, even though it could be called hard wheat, had protein content, very high moisture. It was terrible. You would try to knead it, and it would never get stretchy. It would actually kind of almost break down and look like goop. And so I discovered that it actually needed a little bit of gluten in there to bring that protein content up to where it needed to be. Gluten, this will help answer your question too. You can take wheat and soak it, and then just kind of keep soaking it and stirring it, and the bran and all of that will break down until you have this stretchy mass of something sitting in this big vat of water. They take that stretchy mass and they dry it, and that's the proteins that are in wheat. They dry it and powder it, and that's what gluten is. So in my mind, gluten is nothing more than white flour, okay? So I don't really like adding it. In fact, when years ago when we would travel and do homeschool shows in our van and not our big truck that we have now, the buckets of wheat would sit between the two bucket seats, my kids would be in the back. So Brad and them would reach in, my husband Brad and my sons would reach in the bucket and get some wheat and put it in their mouth. And if you sit there and let it soak in your mouth and then you start chewing it, and you just chew it and chew it and chew it, you can blow bubbles with it because you've disintegrated everything but the gluten. And they would see who could blow the biggest bubble. We're a very competitive family. In case you haven't figured that out, go dogs. Anyway, so, all right, let me explain cloche real quick. Okay, so yeast bread. Yeast bread needs to be kneaded, and it needs an opportunity to let the yeast grow and multiply and produce carbon dioxide. So that's your rising time. Yeast breads need to rise at least once. Doesn't really matter, but they need to rise. So you can see I've got some rising here. You see all those beautiful bubbles? That's the carbon dioxide gas, okay? You can let it rise as a bulk dough if you want, but you have to let it at least rise once after you shape it, okay? Or you're going to end up with a doorstop or a hockey puck or whatever. So it has to have time to rise. Cloches. Bread cloches, they break all the rules. They mimic a brick bread oven. They're made out of unglazed clay. We have a couple of models here. What you can do is you can heat your base, which I put this base in the oven. You heat your base. Once your dough is done kneading, you can let it rise a little bit as dough if you want. You shape it. While the dough is kneading, you've got your bases preheating. You shape it. Before it's risen, you put it in the preheated base, spritz it with some water, put that lid on, pop it right into the oven, and it rises and bakes all at the same time. Because the clay pot or cloche protects it from the full heat of the oven, but collecting the moisture as the dough is warming up, causing a very moist, warm environment, causing the dough to rise really quickly, and then it kicks into the bake cycle about the time it gets fully heated. Does that make sense? So it's mimicking those brick bread ovens. So why do I love cloches? I use mine just about once or twice a week because from milling to kneading to hot bread on the table, 1 hour. You can do this, okay? This is this cloche is by Emile Henry. This was the first cloche I learned about. A little more expensive, made in France, no lead or harmful chemicals in it. Notice the unglazed, like I said, it captures the moisture as the bread is warming up and that moisture is evaporating off, making the dough rise very quickly. The Emile cloche is very beautiful. We have them in red and gray, but they're like $130. Still, my daughter and I, when we first started carrying, we're like, who in the world is going to pay that? But then when we make bread in it, everybody's like, yeah, I want one of those. So we did find, these are made in Germany, I believe. And these are a little more reasonably priced. This one is, I can't remember. They're under 100. Kat, Sarah, do you know the price on these, on the cloches? The small one will do a half of a recipe. Yeah, thank you. I know, everything changes. Y'all, it's terrible, the prices of things. It's terrible being in business right now. works. It's just, and you know what? The thing is, it's not so much the price of the product, it's all the shipping price. Yeah, yeah. We used to pay about $1,000 in shipping to get a truckload of grain here. I think the last one was over $3,000. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. So this is the larger clay one.
That one is 79.
The big one?
Yeah,
the big one is
79,
and this one's
the
50.
2-quart is 60.
Okay.
And then the meal honorees are 130.
Okay, yep. So we found these, and these do the same thing. And actually, this is kind of cool because this you can use roast a chicken, roast a pot roast in the oven. Great for your sourdough bread. The pots like this, because sourdough bread is usually a little looser in texture, so the pot really helps give it some strength on the sides. So anyway, I wanted to show you one technique of baking bread that you can't say you don't have time to do, all right? So we'll use this one for the batch of dough that we're going to mix up in the mixer. All right, let's mix up some bread dough in our next option, which is a mixer, which I've already pointed out. You have KitchenAid you can use. If you don't have a KitchenAid, I can no longer recommend buying one, okay? Really, for the money, go ahead and, I know it's a good bit more, but go ahead and get a machine that's going to last. Mine is 20, let's see, I started with a different one because it was a different style, and then they sleeked up the body. It's probably 28 years old. And I made, when my kids were all home, 6 loaves of bread twice a week in this mixer. It's never been repaired, so it's 28 years old, never been repaired. I use it a lot, a lot. I've catered weddings. Our ministry in Haiti, where we built a bakery, the first ministry where we trained a team of teenage boys that have to move the mixer every day they make bread from a container up to the kitchen. This is 5 teenage boys, and this mixer's not sitting in a nice kitchen. They're making 500 rolls a day with 2 mixers. We've never repaired them, and they've been there since 2016. That's a lot of bread making, a lot of bread making. Anyway, so this is the Ankarsrum mixer. It is the largest non-commercial mixer sold. It is by far the best mixer in the world, and hands down. It is built to last a lifetime. We have a 1950s mixer out there, I think, that if we could plug it in, it's 220, it still works. So anyway, it's a beautiful, beautiful machine, very, very uniquely designed. It has a detachable cord, which I thought that was kind of funny. Mine doesn't have a detachable cord. I was like, who needs a detachable cord? Because my mixer stays on my counter because I use it so much. But some people put it away, and I get that. So it's nice to have a detachable cord and not have to wind a cord all around. And the other thing about, if you do put your mixer away, this is how you just grab it by the handle and move it, okay? My mother would also say about this, notice the open bowl. Where is the motor? Right here. Who thought of that? Who thought of putting a motor up here that covers more than half the bowl, and now you got to fidget around it? My mother would have said, why didn't I think of that? So, right? Now, they're an expensive investment. I get that. This mixer retails for $750. It comes with the stainless steel bowl, the roller scraper, a spatula, and the double whisk whipping bowl, okay? Now, in our store, every day, not just today, so this is not a sales pitch to get you to buy it today, we do sell it at a reduced price because we can, because we don't have to ship it because you're here in the store. We can't offer it online, but here in the store we do sell that. We do today have an open box mixer. There is no damage. It was just one that was returned. We are the U.S. distributor right now for the Ankarsrum, so we sell to stores as well. So we have one returned. My daughter checks it out. It's new. It's open box. There's no damage. We do have one. Catherine, do you know what color is left? Is it the black diamond or?
It's black chrome, and the belt was installed crooked, so Mom fixed it because it made a funny noise, and now it's good to go.
Okay, so $550 for that black chrome. So, but it's new. It was just had a little issue with the belt, but my daughter fixed it. And so if anybody wants that, Kat, my granddaughter, will be out here at the break, and you can just tell her that you want it. So anyway, all right, let's look at large stainless steel bowl, drops down on the base. Any engineers in the building? This is a 1-inch flat belt drive. It's a worm-driven transmission, which if you know anything about it, I don't, that means it's built to last, so they tell me. So very efficient design. So here's how it goes. The scraper fits here. The roller, this is a spring-loaded arm. The pin pulls up. You pull the arm into the center, shoot the pin down the center of that roller, and the roller rests up against the side of the bowl. This is your off-on switch. One click is continuous on. Past that, it's a timer. And then this is your speed dial, okay? It kneads the dough by rolling over the dough, and you will see when we start kneading the dough that it kneads just like your hand, very gentle. Because it's not a hook, a dough hook kneads by pulling and grabbing and stretching the dough. So you need a little stiffer dough when you use a dough hook. The Ankarsrum, you can certainly use a stiffer dough here, but you don't need to. This will develop the gluten in even a very loose, batter type dough, because like my Ezekiel bread is very loose. If you have a KitchenAid, we'll talk about the Ezekiel bread, but let me go on and mention it now. Use the paddle instead of the hook, because it's a very loose dough. So that's that. Very easy to clean. Pops off. The only thing the metal bowl with the roller scraper doesn't do great is aerate. So for that reason, you have a double whisk whipping bowl that comes with 2 whipping whisk and 2 cake batter soft cookie dough. This is not a heavy duty like that is. This is just for lightweight use. But like I said, egg whites, whipping cream, marshmallows. I just made, in Israel, we discovered something called halva. It's a sesame seed like candy. It did a great job of making that. So it just drops on, drops into place. The whisk turn here, and aerate your egg whites and whipping cream. They just redesigned the lid in the last year or two. The lid didn't used to fit the double whisk bowl, but now they shortened it, but then made tabs where it fits here, but it does fit on the double whisk bowl, which that is very handy when you're making butter. If you put your cream in here and that butter starts developing, the liquid, the buttermilk starts sloshing everywhere. So it's nice to be able to cover that. You just pop these off and change it. We're going to make cookies later in the class using the double whisk bowl. But again, light duty, okay? Nothing real heavy here for the double whisk bowl. Then one of my favorite things, this is the basic unit, okay? That's the basic unit. But then there are optional attachments that can go with this mixer. This mixer was designed in 1940 in Sweden by Electrolux, and they sold it some years later. The company now that makes it is called Ankarsrum, and but it was built to last, and it was built as a kitchen assistant to when people process their own food. So some of the attachments that I like, you have a motor flipped over on its side. Blender goes here. Okay. Yeah, it's additional. Okay, but there you have it. One of my favorites that I use all the time, I grate all my cheese. I don't buy pre-grated cheese. It's nasty. Okay, it's got cornstarch on it. Y'all hear me talk like that? It's nasty. So I grate my cheese, slide my slicer shredder. The lid for the bowl is the catch bowl. I use it when I'm dehydrating to grate my carrots, zucchini, whatever, grate your cabbage for coleslaw. And I like it that it's a continuous process. Everything just comes out the front. So that's that. This is one of my favorites also. Let me see if I have some oats. Nope, that's, hang on, let me see if I have oat groats. Well, I think I have everything but oat groats. Oh, here's some. So we sell oat groats. This is what oats look like before they're flattened into rolled oats. Rolled oats are the only processed grain that we sell because oats don't store, unlike wheat and other grains. Oats don't store because the oil is in the bran, the germ, and the internal part. So that's why oats aren't really processed. And there's no reason to separate them because they can't get the oils out. Oats are all steamed before they're rolled into oats, and even our oat groats are steamed. This is one of my favorite attachments. And if you've never had freshly rolled oats, you are missing it. So these are oat groats. They're very soft. And what it means by a rolled oat or oatmeal is it passes through rollers that just squishes it. And there you have your own oatmeal. So there you have it. How cool is that? All right, well, let's make some bread. How about that? There's meat grinder attachment. There's pasta making disc, other attachments, but these are just a few of my favorites that I use regularly. You can. All right, so we're going to make some bread. I'm going to set the mill out of the way for right now because I already milled my flour for this bread. Yes? Yes, the oat smasher, the flake mill is what it's called. Yes, you can flake other grains. Soft grains, spelt, soft wheat, rye, and oats are your best ones. Yeah, small things too, it'll crush them. Your hard wheat is too hard. So soft wheat, spelt, rye, yes, you can make flakes out of those things. So, all right, let's put our roller scraper back in. And here we go. Let me set these aside. Okay. My Zoharushi has stopped kneading here. Y'all are in for a really big treat. Do y'all smell that smell wafting through the room of garlic rolls? And you just serve them whenever you're ready to serve them. How did y'all like the muffins? Did you like those? I'm going to show you how I made those. Yeah, those are one of my favorites. So the pretty much the normal dough cycle that I have it set for on the Zoharushi for just my basic hard red, hard white wheat is 20 minutes of kneading. Okay. So, but if you, like I said, if you wanted to have it set, you could do the same thing. It would knead it, rise it, go into a bake cycle, and come back to a fully baked loaf of bread. But I have all those cycles turned off so that it just kneaded it for me. Okay? All right, so I am going to take it out and shape it and go ahead and put it in my cloche here. I'll get this bread machine out of the way. And then we're going to mix up dough in the Ankarsrum, and then we're going to take a little break because y'all need to stand up and move around before y'all fall asleep, right? Going to put a little mat here. I like to use oil to roll my dough. Some people use flour. It depends on how sticky my dough is, but this dough is not sticky at all, so I'm just going to use some oil on this. Just pull it out. This is actually a little stiffer. That flour might have needed. I did put the egg in. Did. Put everything in. And now, when you pull your dough or your bread out of the bread machine, you want to pull these paddles out. You want to make sure that you wash those posts and the paddles. Some people didn't know to do that, and they left the paddles on and just kind of washed around them. Well, water and wheat flour makes a very hard, solidifying kind of glue type substance, and so Yeah, so you just want to make sure. Usually I'll just toss mine in the sink and fill it with water while I'm shaping my dough, and then wash it up afterwards. So here's the dough for one recipe. This is the basic recipe. That is gluten. That's all it is. You see the stretch? Yeah? And it developed from kneading it because this had the oil and the honey in it. Now we could certainly divide this, we could certainly shape this into one nice big artisan loaf and make it all pretty. But I've discovered dividing it into 3, maybe even 4 sections, depends on how many people I'm having for dinner or whatever, because then these will rise into small little individual loaves that I can break apart, set around the table, and it's a more servable slice of bread. You could do 2, but then it looks a little like a, never mind, just use your imagination there. Scale. Same dough. We just cooked it in a loaf pan. Yep. So now I'm going to just show you how to cook it in the cloche. Because this is going to be cooking in the cloche all at the same time, I want to make sure my pieces are fairly similar in weight so that they cook all the same. Okay, these 2. Okay, I'm just evening these up a little bit. That one was light. There we go. Okay, so now how I shape my loaf is I just kind of stretch it out, and then I just fold it up over itself into a ball, to a nice smooth ball. And that's it. Then I take my hands, cup it, and just round it. Okay? So just stretch, pull it up over into a ball. And this bread is going to be done when y'all come back from break. How fun is that? Now I have discovered I used to put it like straight in the oven at this point, but I have started letting it rest just like 10 minutes just to give it a little extra rise there. But you could, I've popped it right in here and it works very well. So this is a full recipe, okay? So I need to either use the larger Emil cloche or the larger of the Eureka cloches. The small cloche is for a half of a recipe. Now, the cloches work with moisture. That's how they give you nice crust and nice rise so quickly. So I'm going to spritz mine with a little water here. I'm going to sprinkle it with a mixture of poppy seeds, minced garlic. I think there's some sesame seeds in here, just for decoration and a little flavor. This is the everything bagel mixture, if you've ever had an everything bagel. And we sell these seasonings out there. And I just do equal parts of whatever I have. Usually it's minced garlic, minced onion, sesame seed, and poppy seed. But sometimes I might be out of one and I'll just mix them up. I also like my can here, my shaker can. A lot of them are made just for cinnamon sugar, but this one has the bigger holes that'll let these seeds go through. So there you go. And then for decoration, there's a lot of science behind scoring your bread, but I discovered in reading bread history that one of the main reasons people scored their bread was there used to be communal ovens. When you're heating your oven with wood, every home, you couldn't build a fire just to bake your bread for the day, because that would be a lot of wood, a lot of heat. So they had communal ovens, and communities were built up around the flour mills and around the ovens. And so people would shape their bread, fix their bread, and then take it down to the communal oven to bake, and they would score it so they knew which bread was theirs. They didn't want your stinky dough, your bread. There you go. So there's some science behind it, rising and all of that. All righty. Any questions? Everybody good? Y'all ready for a little break? Well, let's get some dough mixing up in the Ankarsrum, and we will take a break. I'll grab the cloche out here. and we'll get it on. Sorry, I have a habit of leaving rags around. So our cloche has been heating, and what I usually do, but sometimes I forget, so that's why while I was thinking about it, I went on and put it in my oven. You want it really nicely preheated, so I usually just put it in the oven once I start that kneading process, and that's a good 20 minutes. Now I'm going to just take my loaves and lift them onto the cloche. I want y'all to look at how small these little loaves are, okay? I'm going to spritz it with some water. Put that lid on. Hardest part about using the cloche is to remember that the base is hot, because you just picked up the cold lid, okay? So just remember that base is hot when you go to stick it in your 375 degree oven, okay? Typically in conventional baking pans, your oven temperature is going to be 350, but for the cloche, I usually bump it up just a bit, just to get a nice bake there. Yes? Yep. Yep. Yep, you can. Dutch oven. Some of you may have a Dutch oven. Iron. We have the Lodge iron bakeware now. You can use those. The clay does capture a little more moisture than your metal pans, and so with a metal pan you want to preheat the base and the lid, okay? So if you have an iron or a Dutch oven, but if it's clay or ceramic, just preheat the base. All right, let's make up bread dough and then y'all can take a break. Same way, page 19. Come here. All right, same method. Nice thing about the Ankarsrum, though it's a large mixer, it will still do small amounts. A lot of large mixers won't do small amounts well, but this one will. So that recipe on page 19, you can still do a single. You can do a double. You can do a triple. You can do a quadruple. I don't like a quadruple. That's usually more dough and flour than I want to try to get in there, but it'll do it. And you won't wear it out. You won't overheat it. It's a workhorse. My favorite is a triple of the basic bread dough. So let's do that. So we've got our, might need to heat my water kettle just a little more. Let's get it going here. When I was writing my book, the Essential Homegrown Flour book, I learned that the flour is hydrated best at about 120 degrees. And so it hydrates the flour best. That's a little too hot for yeast. But if you heat it to that, put it in a cold metal bowl, put your other ingredients in, is creating this perfect, warm, humid environment, perfect for your developing your gluten, mixing your dough, and getting the yeast to rise quickly. So let's, we'll just go ahead. Typically, I like to start with the water, but while our water's heating, let's go ahead and do our oil. And I'm using the Agrilia olive oil today. Any of them are delicious. So a cup of oil, cup of honey. Like I said, if the bread is too sweet for you, Europeans think our bread is cake, then you can cut this honey. When I'm doing pizza dough, I usually do cut the honey. Either I leave it out completely or cut it in half at least. That just means it'll take a little less flour. I really like to put my water in first because going into this cold metal bowl, it immediately begins to cool down and just create a humid, moist environment. Feels like last Sunday outside in there. All right, so let's just go with our water now. We're going to do 4.5 cups. See how nice that is just to be able to look straight on to the measuring cup. Now, how this machine works to knead the dough, and this roller scraper is the mechanism you're going to use for cakes, cookies, bread dough, whatever mixing you do. It's the roller scraper. How it works is it kneads by pushing against the dough. So a triple salt, 3 times 2 teaspoons is 6 teaspoons, which is the same as 2 tablespoons. Okay, y'all with me? I know you're tired. We're going to take a break. We were supposed to take a break at noon. I have no idea what time it is. Okay, well, we're not that far behind. Caught up a little bit. All right, and then scant 2 tablespoons. And like I said, you can use less, you can use none. I made great bread in Israel without lecithin, but it really does make a nice, soft, little fluffier loaf of bread. And it helps the bread to retain moisture, the lecithin does. That's why they use it in the baking industry. And so it does help it to stay moist for several days. But using less flour is the key too. Soft dough, soft bread, bread that stays soft longer. So let's just crack our eggs here. If you don't have eggs on the day you make bread, leave them out. Don't worry about it. You can still make bread. Like I said, bread adds some leavening. They add some softness. Okay. I like to go down the list. Water, oil, honey, salt, egg, lecithin, everything but my flour and my yeast. Here's where I'm going to turn the mixer on. 1 click. Turn that speed down a little bit. You don't need high speed when kneading bread dough. Notice the roller is up against the side of the bowl. The bowl is turning that roller. There's no motor turning this, right? Ingenious, right? The bowl is turning the roller. The motor is turning the bowl is turning the roller. So now we're going to start adding our flour. This is 2 parts red and 1 part white. This is about 12 cups of flour. The recipe says if I multiply 4.5 times 3, that I will need 13.5 cups of flour. But with the Ankarsrum, I don't need that much flour. It will need it no matter what. And I want a softer dough, softer bread. So less flour, softer dough, softer bread. So get about half my flour in there. Now I'm going to add my yeast. And just a word about the yeast. It does need to be, once opened, kept in the refrigerator or the freezer. It doesn't matter. It does not need to be brought out and brought to room temperature. Again, I just have it sitting here for ease of just using it. So it's right here handy. It's really best not to sit it out. So at home, what I do is get it here, go to the freezer, grab it, put it in, stick it right back in the freezer. All right, watch what's happening. You see what the dough's doing? It's starting to climb the back of the bowl. So here's what you want to do. There's a little thumbprint right here. You'll be on that side. You're going to pull the arm towards you, to more towards the center of the bowl, so it doesn't shoot that dough up the side of the bowl and out. You're going to tighten it down with this knob right here. Okay? Now, one thing is critical to remember when I can tell you that later, but when you go to undo the arm and the roller to take the bowl off, you want to be sure you pull that arm towards you and that disengages the knob so that then you can put it back, okay? So you want to just pull it towards you, tighten that knob down. I let it go a little long, so I'm just going to scrape that down a bit. We added our yeast, so now we need to add the rest of our flour. Now here's the thing about this mixer. With dough hooks, what do they tell you? Add flour till it cleans the side of the bowl because it's pulling and grabbing that dough. With this mixer, it's not going to pull away from the side of the bowl, right? It's actually pushing it up against the side of the bowl. So what we want to look for is we want to look for that dough coming away from the side of the bowl when I pull the roller to the center, okay? It's not doing it, is it? Nope. All right, watch. I'm going to add a bit more flour, and we're going to check it again. You'll get to where you know what your dough looks like for when you want to start checking it. And I know that it's going to pretty much take almost all of this flour because I only milled 12 cups. All right, whoop. Now let's look. You want to you don't want to mix it too long before checking, but you do want all the flour to get incorporated in. Whoop, did you see what it just did? And it instantly did it. If it kind of thinks about it and then comes in, Add a quarter cup, half a cup more, okay? Look, da-da-da-dum. You see what it did? You got enough flour. Now, here's what I want you to look at. Do you see that dough? It is very wet. Looks like cookie dough almost. Very gloppy, and you're like, no way. You got to believe. Two things. First of all, whole grain dough is going to be stickier, okay, than white flour dough. Watch those YouTube videos, and they're working with white flour, and they do. This is going to be stickier, especially at this point. But that fiber, what fiber does in your body, outside your body, it absorbs moisture. So while this is kneading, that fiber is going to absorb a lot of this moisture, and your dough is going to become thicker and thicker from two things: the fiber absorbing the moisture and the dough kneading and developing the gluten. All right? And that's why when you're making bread, especially with this mixer, you want to do this process as quickly as possible. Put that flour in, because if you let it mix and mix while you got half the flour, and then you go over here, you answer the phone, and then you come back, you have half the flour in there, and you tried to pull it away from this, it would follow the roller in, telling you that you have enough flour, and yet it's still like a batter. So just do this process all in one step, okay? So now I know that I've got enough flour. One click is continuous on. Past that is a timer. So I can get this. You saw how fast, even with teaching y'all and talking, I can get this, just like the bread machine, everything in here for 6 loaves of bread in 5-10 minutes at the most. And now I can turn my timer and I can walk away. We can take a break and we can say, and I'll come back. It'll turn itself off, and I'll come back and it'll be ready to roll. Okay? So let's take a quick break. We're gonna only about 15 minutes. I know y'all are probably anxious to get some stuff out in the store. If you don't have time, don't worry, you can set it aside or bring it back here and get it at the end of class. If you do want buckets of wheat, they are happy to put the gamma lids on for you if you want that. I highly recommend getting started. We haven't talked about soft wheat yet, but hard red, hard white, and soft are my 3 go-to grains. That's a lot. Don't have to do all of that, of course. Yes? What kind of corn did I use in the grits? White corn. I used white dent corn. You can use popcorn, but I like my grits to be not so flavorful, and then put the cheese and butter and things like that in it, and I used a blender. The Wonder Mill will grind corn, but it'll make flour, okay? So I just used a blender to grind my grits. Yellow corn, I will use next week or 2 weeks for my cornbread dressing for my cornbread, all right? We'll talk about the corn and stuff. I think that's it for the break. Let's take a break. I've got to rest my voice for a minute, so if y'all will just hold your questions, the second half is a lot looser, all right? So I don't, people put something on the internet and even doctors fall for it. Dumb, dumb, dumb. All righty. Did y'all have a nice little break? All right, my timer is going off. This is our cloche bread. We're gonna see what it looks like. Perfect timing. You'd think I planned that. Huh. All right, let's see what it looks like. Whoop. Dun, 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 dun. Do y'all remember how little they were? There we go. If I had let it rest about 10 minutes, they would have risen up even taller. All right, I think they've taken my thermometer. Oh, here it is. Internal temperature you want to be about 190. So I just use an instant read thermometer. It's only about 164, 70. So it needs to go about 5 more minutes. The lid has already done what the lid needs to do, so now I'm going to let it just stay off and get those browned up a little bit. Okay, so now we've talked about yeast breads. We've got our dough kneading. I'm gonna pull this back over here. Can you all see the difference in the dough? See how smooth and shiny it looks? It's very, very different than that lumpy wet dough. And I actually got it a little stiffer than I like to get it. So, but here I'm gonna go ahead and the timer. I think I forgot to tell y'all about the timer. A single recipe I let knead for about 4 minutes. A double is about 8 minutes. The full length of the timer is 12 minutes. So it goes up to 12 minutes, which is typically enough for the bread dough. So I'm going to just clean my roller and scraper out. And here's where I was saying, this is where you want to pull the arm towards you to release this knob. Because if you don't, the knob's going to be very, very difficult to turn, and some people force it, and that strips the threads in the knob. So just pull that arm towards you to release the knob where you can unscrew it and loosen it. And then you just pull this out. This dough's actually a little stiffer than I like it, but it'll be okay. Be easy to knead. Another thing, Ankarsrum thinks of everything. See, this is the little spatula that comes with your mixer. See the little notch there? It fits perfectly in each of those grooves. So cake batter, cookie dough, you're just going to scrape that right out. All right, so we'll just put these in here. Whoops, I'm going to keep that scraper. And then I usually, if I'm around and I think about it, I try to put the lid on to let it rise. And this is called a bulk rise, okay? All right, let's talk about quick breads real quick. Catch that little pun? Yeah. All right, so turn over in your book to page 34, and you'll see the quick breads. Basically, same ingredients. You need some type of flour. Wheat is the king of baking, okay? But for quick breads, you can use hard wheat. Remember, I told you for 3 years, I only had hard red. So you might see like the muffin recipe, since this was one of my first recipes, hard red. No, I use other things now, okay? So you can really use any grain for your quick breads. Your soft wheat is going to give you a more delicate texture and less grainy and gritty and heavy, okay? Because it's higher moisture, lower protein, and doesn't as easily develop the gluten when you mix it. So we have, just like with the hard wheat, we have 2 varieties of soft wheat. We have soft red and soft white. So this is our soft red wheat. The same with the hard red and hard white. You can see the red is a little darker color. The white is a little lighter color. And it just depends on what you want. If you're wanting a white cake or a yellow cake or a real mild flavored lemon cake or lemon poppy seed muffin, I would probably use the soft white wheat. But my oatmeal cookies, actually, I almost used soft red for the coffee cake today because I think it would have been delicious with the nuttier flavor there. And the nice thing about our soft red wheat, it is Georgia grown. So it's grown down around Macon, Cochran, Georgia. We have a supplier there. So for your leavening for soft quick breads, typically going to be baking powder instead of yeast. Quick bread means just that. You don't have to wait on the yeast to grow and produce carbon dioxide. Baking powder, as soon as it gets wet, it produces the carbon dioxide gas, and that's what leavens your quick breads. So soft wheat, rye, spelt, these are all grains that are very nice to make quick breads and muffins. One of my favorite, though, is the Ezekiel mixture of grains and beans. We didn't talk about the Ezekiel bread, so I do need you to flip back a couple of pages to the yeast bread section, actually on page 28. This is a yeast bread. The only recipe God really gave us, and he didn't give us the amounts, but years ago, long before I even started milling, I read a book called God's Recipe, and she felt like that God gave her the proportions of grains and beans from Ezekiel chapter 4, verse 9. God tells Ezekiel, take wheat, spelt, barley, millet, lentils, and beans, put them in one vessel. I don't think he had this handy-dandy plastic bag, but he wanted him to make a cake out of those things combined. Why was that important? Don't fully know why, but he was telling him they make wheat, they use wheat to make bread, they use spelt to make bread, they eat beans, they eat lentils, they make cakes out of barley, but he wanted them to combine them. Hold that thought. Timer's going off. I'm actually going to let that go about 2 more minutes. It's not quite as browned up as I want. Can one of y'all, when that timer goes off, grab that cloche bread? They've seen it, so we're going to save that. You're going to eat the cloche bread at the end of the class with some delicious dipping herbs with olive oil. So anyway, so there's this lady came up, she felt like with the recipe, which is the recipe that's here in the book. This makes 3 medium loaves of bread. This is a batter type dough. But if you do mix it, KitchenAid, use the paddle with the Ankarsrum still, the roller and scraper. And if you do mix it, it will develop the stretch and rise nicely. I think they're serving you Ezekiel bread now, made exactly by this recipe, okay? This mixture, this is the only recipe in any of my books that is the combination of grains and beans whole and intact, not the flour. Every other recipe is flour, okay? This right here, 2.5 cups of red wheat, 1.5 cups of spelt, 1/2 cup of barley, and so on, is what's in this bag, okay? And we sell it like this as one recipe, okay? Now, you're going to taste the bread. I used to not serve this bread at classes because it's dense and it's heavy. You either like it or you don't, but when I served it the first time, people were like, this is the best bread I've ever tasted. It's very sweet, very moist. It's called a fasting bread. You don't have to fast to eat this bread, okay? But Ezekiel appears to have fasted while he was eating this bread. And you don't have to cook it over dung. I didn't, okay? Human or animal. So anyway, don't know what that was all about. But anyway, my kids didn't love this bread because it was heavy. I mean, they liked it okay, but certainly you couldn't make a sandwich with it. It's crumbly and everything. So, but I like the combination of grains and beans because grains and beans combined make a complete protein. The amino acids missing in grains are found in beans. The amino acids missing in beans are found in grains. So you put these together, great for diabetics, people, hypoglycemia, people with blood sugar issues. So what I decided to do was to take this mixture of grains and beans and mix it all together like this. And use that flour as the flour in my muffins or the pancakes that you had this morning were Ezekiel mix flour pancakes, okay? And just mill this into flour and use this flour in the recipe for pancakes or this flour in the recipe for muffins. I started doing this so much, I make cookies, muffins, brownies. You can even use this flour in your regular bread dough. If you don't like the texture of the Ezekiel bread, then just use it in the basic recipe. This becomes your flour. May take a little more because of some of the grains and beans here, a little less moisture. So, yeah. So I tell people about it so much that people started asking us, did we sell big buckets of Ezekiel mix loose, just in the bucket? And we were like, well, if we do that, the beans will settle out to the bottom and you can't stir a big bucket up, you know. But we thought we can sell it in a pail. So the 1 gallon pail we sell loose like this is the equivalent of 3 recipes. So 3 of bags worth of this is dumped in here, all mixed up. So if you're going to use it a lot for your muffins and pancakes and things like that, this is the great way to buy it, okay? If you want to make the Ezekiel bread, I'd probably still stick with the package if you want to make the recipe exactly like the book, the bread. All right, so we're going to use this Ezekiel mixture to make the muffins. So if you want to turn back to page 36, we are going to make some muffins. So I know that a cup of grain makes about 1.5 cups of flour. I need 2 1/4 cups of flour for my muffins. So I'm going to do about 1 3/4 cup of my Ezekiel mixture. Just so you know, if you see these little pails, they don't need any type of extra lid. The lids that come with it, they have a tear-off strip and they have a gasket up in here. These are easy to get on and off and perfectly seal, you know, close up the bucket nicely. Can you hear that pitch change? And if you're not too impatient, try to wait till those milling heads quit turning, but who has time for that? It'll blow a little flour out if you don't, but. So there is our beautiful Ezekiel mixed flour. There's some softer grains in there, so it's a little more moisture than your hard wheat flour was, and a little finer and fluffier. So let's get, like I said, with quick breads, you don't want to mix and mix and mix, so you don't need a mixer, you don't need a bread machine. A wire whisk and a bowl will do just fine. So for quick breads also, you want to get all your dry ingredients mixed up. So I'm going to do 1, 2. Sometimes if I'm using soft wheat or spelt, which this has a good bit of spelt in it, you might find you need to increase the flour in your muffins, for sure in your cookies, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But for muffins, I kind of go ahead and mix it up with 2 1/4 cups of flour. Don't increase the flour yet. If I need to increase the flour, if my batter is too thin, then I will then, okay? But for now, I just mix it up like this. So we're going to put our baking powder, our baking soda, and salt. And you might want to jot this down because I don't know that this variation is in the book. We're going to make these pumpkin cranberry orange muffins. So teaspoon of baking powder. Baking soda, and that's just soda you buy from the store. There's nothing significant about that, but our baking powder is non-aluminum. We use the Rumford non-aluminum baking powder. Teaspoon of salt, a Redmond salt. And then for the pumpkin muffins, I'm going to add a teaspoon of pumpkin pie spice. Okay, you want to put all those dry ingredients in there. And then because the pumpkin is not sweet, like bananas add a sweetness, so you don't need any extra sweetener, I am going to use a sweetener, which we'll talk about in a minute when we make the cookies. It's called Sucanat. It's a great brown sugar substitute. It has all the molasses in it, so it gives that richer flavor, but it does add some sweetness since that pumpkin kind of tones it all down. So we're just going to add that. You want to put all your dry ingredients. I'm going to move these things, sorry. 1/4 cup. Yeah, sorry. I feel like I'm looking over all this stuff that you guys over there. All right. So just did a 1/4 cup of sucanat. This is the orange cranberry pumpkin muffins that y'all had earlier, I think, with the, what did you feed it with them? I forgot. Right. Okay. So you just want to whisk your dry ingredients together so that you get your baking powder and your baking soda completely incorporated in the flour, because when those baking powder and baking soda get wet, they clump up and they're immediately activated. So if you don't get those mixed in with your flour, someone's going to get a bite of baking powder and a baking soda because it clumped up and now you can't get it mixed in, and it doesn't taste delicious just by itself. So you just want to make sure that that's fully incorporated there. Now, I am going to use one of our infused oils today. This is by far one of my favorites. There's two that I don't make sure I'm never without: caramelized garlic and this blood orange. I love it. You can make this without the infused oil, but there is something about this oil that makes this recipe so tender and so just the right hint of orange. If you don't have the blood orange oil, you can zest an orange and use the juice of that orange as part of your buttermilk. So you would juice the orange, put it in the measuring cup, and then bring the buttermilk up to 1 cup with plus the juice of the orange. Okay? I mean, that didn't sound right. The juice of the orange plus enough buttermilk to make 1 cup. That was the right way to say it. But I'm going to use the blood orange oil, and I'm telling you, this is amazing. I made this for some sweet little ladies, been customers of ours for a long, long time, have amazing heart disease story, identical twins, never been married, lived together all their life, medical missionaries to Africa, nurses, and they became customers of ours quite a number of years ago, but and one of them had complete blockage, had to have a stent, and the other, since it was a twin, or she didn't have, the one that had stent didn't have complete blockage, but the other one, they said because she was a twin, they wanted to check her, and she was so blocked they couldn't do surgery. She met us at the time, and about 1 year later, changing her diet and real bread, they said she only had about 10% blockage then, and there was no reason to do surgery. So pretty exciting. So I don't know why I was telling you that. Oh, I made these muffins for them because they were moving. They're 90-something years old now, and they were moving from Atlanta because they lived here alone with no family around them, and their family really wanted them to come to North Carolina. So I've lost touch with them now, but I went down to help them with some things while they were moving, and I made these muffins for them, and they called me within 10 minutes of after I left because they didn't eat them while I was there, and they were like, "What are these? This is the best stuff I've ever tasted." So anyway, so you just want to make a little well in the center there. Pour the olive oil and the honey in. Half a cup of each. That's in the recipe. So everything else is the basic recipe except the pumpkin pie spice, the 1/4 cup of sucanat, and then the orange, like I told you, and then the cup of pumpkin that we're going to add. So then 1 egg. Okay, cup of buttermilk. Notice I'm not stirring until I get all the ingredients in. Quick breads, you do not want to over stir. When I do a single recipe, I just make a well in the center of those dry ingredients, just like I just did, and I just stir it all together. If I double or triple this recipe, I typically do the wet ingredients in a separate bowl because of the heaviness of the honey. I don't want to overmix trying to get that honey mixed in well. But a single recipe, no problem at all. So here's my cup of pumpkin. It's actually a little more than a cup. A large can, one of the big cans, is like 3 cups, so or not quite. So I made the ones for you this morning right before class. All right, and again, I'm going to go over the recipe and make sure I've got everything in. And notice how easy this recipe is. Don't know why people complicate muffin recipes. They make 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder, 3/4 teaspoon of baking soda, and 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Why? Why do you do that to me? 1 teaspoon of each works just fine. You obviously could tell, right? So it's easy. Teaspoon of baking powder, teaspoon of baking soda, teaspoon of salt, and then if I use a spice like cinnamon or nutmeg or whatever, it's usually about 1 teaspoon. So I've got my flour, salt, soda, baking powder, my spice, 1/2 cup of oil, 1/2 cup of honey, 1 egg, 1 cup of buttermilk, and for the pumpkin muffins, I do a little teaspoon of vanilla. Carefully measure that. So, and then I just mix. And I kind of start, because of the heaviness of the honey, I'll start mixing kind of right there in the center. And then I'll grab it. And I really like my whisk because it'll start out as a whisk and then it'll turn to become just like a paddle. And I think this is plenty thin. I don't think it needs any, or thick. I don't think it needs any more flour. So there it is. And at this point, I probably want to get rid of my whisk. And now just fold in my cranberries. You might notice that our cranberries aren't bright red. It's because there's no sulfites used. They're also not sweetened with sugar. They're infused with apple juice, so there's no added sugar, and they're organic. These are organic dried cranberries. So I just measure them real carefully. A handful. However much you like. Approximately a cup, maybe 3/4. Or so. Okay. Just get a few more. So I used the little mini muffin pans this morning to make y'all's muffins today. The basic recipe, this basic recipe makes about 12 nice sized muffins. When I add banana or pumpkin, it obviously increases the volume, so I may get a little extra. So I usually have a little, I can't find my little pan. Hang on. I usually have a little mini pan to take the leftovers. Would you see if, oh, there they are. Thank you. Yeah. So, and guess what is your best friend? A scoop. I don't know why I didn't learn this till most of my kids were grown and married. And I'm like, why was I using 2 spoons all of the years? You know, why not a scoop? So this is basically a standard ice cream scoop, but there's all kinds of sizes. This is the one we used for the mini muffins, and you can go even smaller if you want even more mini muffins. Whoops. And scoops are your best friend, and you might think I'm a little obsessive, but there's all kinds of things you can use them for. So this is going to be a basic muffin, standard muffin, so I'm just going to scoop. Notice I am not greasing my pan. This is our wonderful non-stick USA pans. They are the only truly non-stick pan I have ever found. Many pans say they're not stick, but you still have to spray them. I'm like, you said it was non-stick. Why do I still have to grease them or spray them or whatever? But the USA pan, truly, truly, truly non-stick. Got a little messy there. And I call your attention to them because one class, I forgot to tell people that I'm using USA pans that are non-stick, and somebody called and said, everything's sticking to my pans. She didn't have USA pans and wasn't spraying them because I didn't spray. So if you don't, or grease, if you don't have USA pans, you do want to grease the pans here or use muffin papers. But there is my dozen muffins. They're going to bake at 400 degrees for about 15 minutes. How fast is that? A lot of days at our house, it was what kind of muffins can I make today? Because bread didn't happen. And bread happened most of the time, but some mornings it just didn't. So it was muffins for breakfast. And then muffins for lunch, and sometimes muffins for dinner. So that's why if you look at that recipe, you'll see so many variations of the muffins. And of course, obviously, the pumpkin one is not there. So I'm still coming up with variations. I did a kids class earlier this year. And I probably could have put a little more in those muffin pans, but that's all right. I did a kids class earlier this year, and we had 4 groups of kids, and we had them divided up. And so I had one group make apple muffins, and one group blueberry muffins, and one group banana muffins. And I was like, oh man, what can I do for the 4th group? And I thought we were doing pizza too, so we needed a little dessert muffin. So I used soft wheat and raspberries and chocolate chips and a little almond extract, and they were delicious. Very, very delicious. So there you have it. So just get creative. This is what I love about easy, basic recipes. They are adaptable. So that's why I developed recipes that I could do anything I wanted with those basic recipes. The pancake recipe, you can easily change it to a waffle recipe by using a little extra oil. So it's real easy. And I'll tell you what we did one time. We used corn instead of flour and made the waffles out of corn flour and put some whole kernel corn and hot pepper jack cheese in the batter and made waffles and served it as the base of chili. Very delicious. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yes. Okay. Very good question. Her question is about using alternative milks instead of buttermilk, or if you don't have buttermilk on hand. So if you don't have a dairy allergy and you're using regular milk, the general conversion there is you use a tablespoon of some kind of acid for every cup of milk. So it can be vinegar, it can be lemon juice, lime juice, it could be one of our infused vinegars or whatever. About a tablespoon, put it in the measuring cup, measure your milk, whether it's sweet milk or, when I say sweet milk, your regular dairy milk or your alternative milks, whether it's almond milk, coconut milk, rice milk. It works beautifully. So whenever you have baking soda in a recipe, you need acid. And there is a conversion in my book, and I can't remember, if you don't have baking soda, you can increase the baking powder and use a regular milk without buttermilk. But if you have baking soda, you need some type of acid to react with the bicarbonates there. Oh, it can be anything. It could be lemon juice, it can be vinegar, whiter apple cider, it can be lime juice, it can be orange juice. So like if I didn't have buttermilk, I could have used the juice of an orange and then just used regular milk to make that buttermilk. It could be the whey from yogurt. It could be some yogurt in there, just some kind of acid in there. Of course, you wouldn't use yogurt if you're trying to use a dairy-free, but yeah. Okay? All right. Say that again? It's about a tablespoon for each cup. So you just measure that tablespoon in there and then put your milk on top, okay? Up to a cup. Hang on, let me stick these in. And I did set the timer. Last class I did not set the timer and didn't think about those until smelled them burning. Okay. All right, we have one last quick bread that we're going to do. Y'all had the ooey gooey bread, right? You had the cinnamon bread. Yeah, did you like that? Yeah. Y'all had the garlic rolls while they were hot. Yeah. So we're going to make cookies, and then we're going to roll dough, and then we'll be done. So I'm going to show you how to do cookies, and then we'll do garlic rolls and ooey gooey bread and basic sandwich bread and all of that. All right? So we're going to bring our Ankarsrum mixer over here. Lift the bowl off. That's a lot of bread.
I will say really quick, I am dairy free if anybody has questions afterwards. So.
That's my granddaughter, Catherine, running the camera back there. And that's why you'll see like my basic bread dough. We use water and oil instead of milk and butter because we're making it dairy free. But I'm going to tell you, if you want fluffier bread and you don't have to go dairy free, use milk and butter in the place of the water and oil. You will be shocked at the texture of your bread, how silky smooth it is. It's very nice. Okay? The dinner roll recipe in my Essential Home Ground Flour book is excellent for Thanksgiving. It makes a beautiful pan. You can do 24 small ones if you have a large crowd, or about 16 or so larger rolls. All right, so we're going to use our double whisk bowl. And again, this is for light duty. It does a beautiful job of whipping egg whites and whipping cream. And if you're a cake maker and you do a lot of egg whites, and you've used, say, the KitchenAid or something like that, be warned, this doesn't take nearly as much time, okay? Oh, I don't want these because I'm not whipping whipping cream. I'm doing a light cookie dough. Actually, this is about the max because I am putting some coconut and, why is that not going on there? Coconut and chocolate chips, right? We got to have that. So I told you I use oil, olive oil, butter, or coconut oil for my fats. Butter, I'm very specific about. I use organic on butter. Not as strict. Thank you. I'm getting tired. Can you tell? I'm worried about. No, I'm not worried about the Bulldogs tonight. But anyway, I'm more strict with fat, dairy fats like cream cheese, milk, half and half, heavy cream, and butter to go organic. Toxins are stored in the liver, and in the fat, and so I'm just more strict when I buy dairy. Mm-hmm.
What if you're using raw?
What about it?
Like, is it okay just since it's
Uh-huh.
raw,
Mm-hmm.
just put it in there like you
Uh-huh.
would?
Yes. 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 You just treat it like regular milk. Yes. I use raw milk at home. I don't here for legal reasons, but we buy milk. I don't know if y'all know, every Tuesday, 12 to 1:30, there is a truck that comes here. You have to pre-order. It's called Carlton Farms. And you can pre-order, and their milk is for pet consumption only. We have no dogs, but they love it anyway. And yes, we've been after them. Raw milk will be legal in Georgia, we hear, starting July. Yes, besides for your pets. Yes, that will be wonderful. Yeah. So anyway, raw milk works just fine. Yeah. In fact, Oh.
It was back to the water and oil with the butter and milk. When you replace the water and oil with butter and milk, do you do the same amount of milk for water and then the same amount of butter for the oil?
Yes, in the basic bread dough, yes. And what I do there is I'll just put the milk and the butter, I kind of cut it in chunks on the stove and very low heat and just let it take the chill off until the butter just gradually starts to melt. You don't want to get it too hot, but I just let it warm just slightly. And so then that's how I use it in my bread. All right, let's make cookies, and then we're going to roll in some dough. So I think you have the cookie recipe in your handout, or do you not? Catherine, did we give them the cookie recipe in the book, in the handout?
I did not see one.
Okay, so just page 50 then in the book. It's there. That's right, we did it for the online folks so that they would have it in their handout because you have the book to refer to. So page 50, if you see the flaxseed oatmeal cookie recipe, we're going to drop down and just do the chocolate chip variation, okay? So we're going to use coconut oil. Oh, I know what I was telling you about butter. So I'm particular about my dairy products, the heavy fat ones getting organic, but also I use unsalted butter. Why do I use unsalted butter? Because salted butter is using refined salt. So I want to make sure that I determine the kind of salt that goes in there. Also, different brands have different saltiness. So if you want to be real technical, you'll get more consistent results if you determine how much salt you're going to put in there. But coconut oil is also unsalted. So this is the coconut oil we sell, is an expeller pressed coconut oil. You use it, substitute it in place of butter, the same amount. So a basic cookie recipe is what this is, a cup of butter. So I just used a cup of coconut oil. Somebody asked me about a tool. I hate to call it gadgets because these are tools to me. One of my favorite tools that I mentioned in the class is this spatula. It's wonderful for pulling the dough out of the bowl. It's just very heavy duty. It is high heat, and notice the very unique design. That is so when you're cooking with it and you set it on your counter, it doesn't touch the counter and get your counter all goopy. So there you have it. We need to discuss sweeteners. So honey is my sweetener of choice. But I'm going to tell you something. When you have a recipe that sometimes calls for more sugar than flour, you probably don't want to be eating it all the time, but honey can really mess up that and goop that whole thing up. So I discovered evaporated cane juice some years ago. This one is the sucanat, which is the one I put in the muffins. This is the juice of the sugar cane. Everything there, the molasses is there, and then boiled into a syrup and evaporated. It's 97% sugars, but there still is some richness there. The molasses is there, and it is much more slowly assimilated than your completely refined pure sucrose. So this is a perfect brown sugar substitute, and it works very well in cakes and cookies, and hey, Christmas is coming. There's no need to use white flour or white sugar in any of your baking, just convert them. This is what's nice about these sweeteners, 1-for-1 substitution. So if it calls for a cup of brown sugar, use a cup of sucanat. This was the topping of the coffee cake that you had this morning, was the sucanat. Now, white sugar is what we call honey granules. Again, it's the juice of the sugar cane. This time the molasses is removed, mild honey added to that syrup, then evaporated off, and so this is a white sugar substitute. It is, of course, going to be golden, so your white cake won't necessarily be white. It'll have some golden color to it. But again, 1-for-1 for your white sugar substitution. So those are my powdered sweeteners. So I'm going to use a cup of honey granules and a cup of, whoops, I forgot I need to mill my flour because I wanted to mill soft wheat in front of you so you would see how it mills up. So there's my sucanat.
So where it says here, sucanat with honey, you're just using the granular.
Yes, let me explain that. Okay, so to make things really confusing when y'all are already brain overload here. So sucanat and sucanat with honey. Sucanat is a trademark brand name. It is the brand name of evaporated cane juice that has the molasses in it. We used to carry Wholesome Sweeteners product that was called sucanat with honey. It is what's in that canister here that we now call honey granules, okay? Sucanat with honey is this product here. So it's honey granules. In my Essential Homegrown Flour book, they didn't want me to mention any brand names, so I had to get creative. Sucanat is called dark evaporated cane juice. Honey granules or sucanat with honey is called light evaporated cane juice, okay? So, yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because a lot of people will call and say, well, how much sucanat and how much honey? But no, it is the product. Honey granules is sucanat with honey. All right, I need to grab my mill back up here because I need to mill some soft wheat real quick for you to make these cookies. Let's talk about soft wheat. Higher moisture, lower protein. So instead of a cup of soft wheat giving me a cup and a half of flour, it's actually going to give me about a cup and 3/4. So here's my soft wheat. I am going to use white soft wheat here. If I were doing oatmeal cookies, I would probably most definitely go with the red soft wheat. We'll go on and get our honey granules and our sucanat creaming. I wanted to mill this in front of you so you would see the difference in that hard wheat and soft wheat. I want to show you the difference in the moisture. Now, when you're converting a white flour recipe to whole grain, freshly milled flour with hard wheats and with yeast breads, it's really just you got to determine the flour anyway, so it's really about the same amount of flour in your white flour recipe. However, it's going to be different. Can you check those, Sarah, the muffins? It's going to be different for soft wheat. Because soft wheat is a higher moisture, it's going to mill up and be a lot fluffier than your standard white flour. So you're going to have to increase the flour that you use in your recipe. I don't know if you can see from where you are, but look at the difference in this flour, how fluffy it is compared to the hard wheat this morning that you saw. When I squeeze it, look how it clumps up. The hard wheat wouldn't do that. So this is my soft wheat. So what you're going to have to do here is, well, you know what, I'll leave that there. You're going to have to increase the flour, and typically the rule of thumb is for every 1 cup of white flour in a cake or cookie where you're substituting soft wheat, you're going to use 1.25 cups soft wheat flour, freshly milled soft wheat flour. So it's about 1/4 cup more for every cup called for in the recipe, okay? Grandma's sour cream pound cake, that's 3 cups of flour, white flour. I'm going to use 3 3/4 cups of freshly milled soft wheat flour. If your recipe is by weight, then just weigh your soft wheat and use the same weight, okay? Now, you need to make a little note here. For some reason, this soft wheat does not appear to have quite the moisture that it has in the past. And I discovered that really 3 1/4 cups of flour was fine for this recipe of soft wheat, okay? So, just have to, because I noticed they didn't spread and weren't quite as chewy as they normally were. And so I backed off the flour and it worked really well. So this is, I'm going to use, let me get my recipe that I have everything out. So I'm going to use a teaspoon of baking powder and a teaspoon of baking soda. And because this recipe was written before I started using unsalted butter, it only calls for 1/2 teaspoon of salt. I've increased it to 3/4 teaspoon. So anytime you substitute coconut oil or unsalted butter, you want to increase the salt, and I found about 1/2 again as much as the recipe calls for, okay? So that's just a general rule of thumb that I found. All right, so we want to add our eggs. Oh, I already have my baking powder, my baking soda, and my salt measured out. Imagine that. There's my eggs. Teaspoon of vanilla. I do measure a little more carefully when I'm doing my cookies, so it doesn't get too much moisture there. Okay, we're just going to start adding our flour. Did y'all give them a cookie yet? Oh, you did? Wow. Y'all are good. Don't we have great help here? And then here's our coconuts. This is coconut flakes. It is not sweetened. It is just dried coconut. And then these are Enjoy Life chocolate chips that are dairy-free. So this cookie recipe is completely dairy-free. And there you have it. You can make cookies pretty fast. Okay, they're ready. So it looks dry, but it's not. When you go to pull it together, it just comes right together. So I'm going to let them use one of my handy dandy scoops here. How'd you like the cookies? The Ranger cookies at the top of that page is one of my favorites. And we just use the smallest scoop here to make these. And if they seem a little dry, then just go ahead and maybe add a tiny bit of water or milk here and get that. But this'll come together and form a ball just fine. There you go. Here you go, ladies. Probably going to need 3 pans. Okay. All right. We're almost done. We're going to roll some dough. How about that? So if y'all want to flip back to page 19, the basic bread dough. Clear away some of this stuff. All right. What you looking for?
I was going to help.
Oh, okay.
Is it that one?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Or you can make them bigger if you want. I don't care. Any questions? Y'all good? Y'all tired?
Your water is always filtered, right?
My water is always filtered. Yes and no. I'm on a well at home, so I don't worry about it, but I do get water from back there for most of my bread making, yes.
But it's unchlorinated?
Yes. But it doesn't hurt. I mean, I don't like chlorinated water, but I haven't found that it hurts the bread dough when I've gone places where I didn't have the option. A lot of times I'll take jugs of water if I go someplace where I know I don't have the option of filtered water. But something I need to research on filters, because I'm on a well, so it's never been anything I've looked into. So, because we don't have those issues. All right, let's move this guy out of the way. Don't you love my pretty red? And there we have all sorts of colors, orange and cream, and that is not a Tennessee orange. It is a Harley orange, just so you know. No, it's not Clemson orange either. Blah, blah, blah. Hey now. That's why I didn't wear my bulldog stuff. I didn't want to, offend anyone, but it looks. But I'm talking about it, aren't I? People sometimes ask me my routine. When my kids were all at home and I was making bread for lots of kids. There's only a few years that I had 7 at home. So there was 9 of us. Ashley got married when my youngest was 3, I believe. So so then they started dwindling from there. Now Brad and I are empty nesters. So anyway, y'all are like, I didn't really want to know that. But so my routine, making bread is a rhythm. Getting it incorporated into your lifestyle may take a little rhythm, finding your time that works for you. For me, we homeschooled our kids, and I'm an early riser most days. 4:30, 5 o'clock, I'm awake. And so for me, my rhythm was get my bread dough on in my mixer before the kids woke up. Once the kids woke up, and then we made breakfast, the dough would then knead and rise and turn itself off and rise in the bowl. Then as soon as breakfast was over, I shaped my 6 loaves of bread to whatever I wanted, which is what I'm going to show you now, which is why I love a mixer, a big mixer, because I can make a big batch of dough and make some rolls, some cinnamon bread, some loaves bread, or whatever, or the whole batch in rolls, or whatever I wanted to do. So I would get that shaped and rising while they did dishes and cleaned up or whatever, and then some point by the time we sat down then to do school, I was baking the bread and it was done, So that was my rhythm. A little different now. Don't have as much rhythm because it's me and Brad. So I make bread when I feel like when I want to make bread. So sometimes it might be first thing in the morning. Sometimes it might be late in the afternoon. It doesn't matter. But the mill is still the most important appliance in my kitchen and in my home, and I've never bought bread since 1991, so won't give that up. All right, where are my oil bottles and my water bottles? So the first thing I'm going to do for you is going to show you how to make those delicious garlic rolls. You ready for that? So I mixed up bread dough before class, and it's been rising back here. Rising time is very forgiving at the bulk stage, okay? Once it's shaped, it is not forgiving. So at this stage, you can let it rise within reason several hours if you want to. But with this much yeast in the recipe, I have pretty much pushed it to its limit, okay? 2, 3, 3.5, 4 hours. The yeast is going to start producing alcohol as a byproduct, and it's going to start getting very beerish and smelling, okay? And so but like I said, I haven't messed with it. It's been just sitting back there rising. This is a little sticky, so I'm going to use a little flour. Do you have the bowl of flour over here? What? That's okay. I just need a little bit. You're saved. I'm just going to use just a tad bit of flour. Now notice when I pulled it out of the bowl, I don't need this. It's already been kneaded. So I'm just going to roll it out into a rectangle. And if you want to see what I'm doing and the instructions for the variation, so you've turned to page 19. Okay, so that's the basic bread dough. If you turn the page, my daughter and I tried to figure out every scenario we could possibly think of what you could do with a single recipe, a double recipe, and a triple recipe. Then you move over here, and this is things you can do with just the basic bread. You can add raisins to the dough itself if you want. Then if you flip on over to page 24, this is the more savory variation. So the garlic rolls are right here up at the top of page 25. So I'm going to use another tool that I love, my little pastry roller, and I'm going to roll this dough out into a rectangle. And this is one full basic recipe, okay? When Brad is here, my husband Brad, he usually does this while I talk. But Brad is on the road making deliveries. For those of you that may be from out of town, we have co-ops. The hard part about the grain is it's heavy. UPS does not care its value, it cares its weight. And so it's quite expensive to ship the buckets of grain by UPS. And so we have developed co-ops. We have coordinators in over 120 cities and locations from Miami to Maryland. He was just in Tennessee last night, Franklin. Yeah. And then so you order on a schedule, and then Brad loads the orders up and makes a route. So he was in the Tennessee route last night or yesterday and today. Last week it was the Asheville route, and then next week it'll be Savannah, and that's called the Central. And then the North will be next month, goes all the way up to Maryland and back. And then the South goes all the way down to Miami. So he goes down one side of Florida and back up the other. So if you need that information, they can give you your coordinator's name at the checkout. So yeah, so I'm just going to roll this into a rectangle. Sarah, will you hand me that blue canister, blue pot there? Right there under the garlic rolls is the recipe for the olive oil dipping herbs. And we're just going to take some of that olive oil, loaded with garlic and herbs, and just spread it on this dough. See all that garlic in there? I tell Southerners, how many of y'all's mom had a bacon grease can sitting next to the stove? Yep. And you poured it, had a strainer in the top, and you poured the bacon grease in there because you used it to season your beans and your eggs and whatever. Okay, well, not so great. So this is like my bacon grease can. Brad will make this up for me, and I keep a quart jar sitting by the stove, and that's what we'll use to fry eggs, season our beans and rice. If you're browning meat, you know, use a little of this and it's delicious. Can't go wrong with garlic and herbs. So we just put it in the center, just on the surface here. Spread it out. Can you, Becky, hand me that jar of Italian seasoning? See? Yep. And then Brad adds a little extra seasoning because that's what Brad does. Just a little bit of Italian herbs and spices called Italian seasoning. You can buy it from the store. Okay, now, I have it, never mind. So when you do a full recipe, we're going to cut this in strips and roll this up into rolls. But when I do a full recipe, if I roll these, if I just cut strips like this, when I roll, it's going to be a roll about that big around when I'm done, which if you want a big fluffy roll, that's fine. But when I'm making the full recipe, I'll cut it in half like that. If I'm doing just a half a recipe or something, then I maybe won't cut it in half. I'll just roll it in a long rectangle like this. So just cut this in strips. Can I get a cookie sheet, ladies? And then I'm going to pass this off to y'all, which is why I did it on this. Okay, and so then we're just going to roll it up. Brad will say like a sleeping bag. You just tuck and roll, and it squishes the little sides out. And it makes just a cute little roll. And now, these have to rise before you bake them, okay? And this is the critical rising time. You don't want to over-rise these. If you just let them sit there for hours, go to the grocery store, they'll over-rise, and then when you go to bake them, they'll collapse and fall, and they'll be flat. So you just want to now set a timer so you don't forget them, and they'll probably rise 20 minutes or so. At room temperature, they'll rise more slowly if your house is cool. Remember, yeast likes warm and moist. The warmer your house or wherever you're rising, the faster they're going to rise. So these ovens here actually have a proofer temperature, so I can just put it on proof, which won't go over 110 degrees. So if you have an oven that does that, that's great. You could do that. Set a timer, though, so you don't forget. Out of sight, out of mind. You'll forget if you put them in a proofer oven. My oven at home does not. We live in a 1960s house. I will tell you how old my oven is with 2 words. Harvest Gold. Yep. However, it's coming back. I am in style now. That nasty avocado green and that Harvest Gold. I'm like, what the heck? In fact, that's Ankarsrum's color of this year is avocado green. I'm like, really? Anyway, so Harvest Gold, and it's a wall unit. When we redid our kitchen several years ago, we couldn't redo our oven because we were limited. We couldn't change the opening because the wall is to the living room is here and the stove is here. So we couldn't make the opening bigger. And when we went to look at new ovens, now with all the insulation requirements, it made the internal part of the oven like really small, and I couldn't get my industrial pans in there, which I can in my Harvest Gold oven. So we kept the Harvest Gold. So even though we have cuter stovetops and all of that. Okay, bring me that cookie sheet, and I'm going to slide this over. Y'all got it? Any questions here? All right, slide this under, and y'all can have this dough. Whoops. Just do that. There we go. You got it. So they're going to roll these up. They'll rise. If I put them in the proofer oven, maybe only 15 minutes. On the counter, maybe 20 to 30. The general rule of thumb is let it rise till double. These are a little hard to tell when it's double, but you'll see they'll be light and airy. Okay? Yep, the pizza cutter, Becky, is right there. Thank you, ladies. We have wonderful helpers, wonderful employees. Melanie is our retail store manager. That's Melanie. If you call the store or email, you probably get Melanie. Sarah and Becky are wonderful store staff. All right. Let's roll out this dough we mixed up in class. So this is our new dough rolling mats. It's very big, very handy. Has your graduations here so you can see. I love the silicone mats. They stick to the counter and don't slide all around. I used to use like a plastic cutting board and it would just slide all over the place. But the silicone mat sticks to the counter, but at the same time is less sticky here. So even if my dough is really sticky, I can use a lot less flour or whatever to put down on the surface. And it has the pie rolling chart and all of that. But as you notice, if my dough is nice and stiff, this is even stiff dough to me, but it's good. I use oil. You may have noticed my little spray bottles. They come in a set of 2. They were designed, I'm sure, for oil and vinegar, but I use oil and water. And you'll see why. I spritz my loaves with water, but then also when I get ready to clean up, I spritz my mat with water, scrape it up with my dough scraper, and it's all clean. So I'm going to dump this. This is the dough we mixed up in class. This is the triple recipe. And you see why I didn't add any more flour, even though it was very wet and lumpy, because now it's perfect. This is a dough divider. So this will make 5 to 6 loaves of bread. If you're doing 1 pound loaves, it'll make about 6 loaves. If you're doing 1.5 pound loaves, it'll make 5. Let's talk about that. Loaf pans. Now the Pullman pan will take 1 full loaf, but we do sell lesser expensive bread pans. This is the Norpro pans. They say they're nonstick. You must grease these, okay? This is a 1 pound loaf. So one recipe could make 2 of these pans if you wanted to divide them into 2, or one of the 2 pound pans. This one is 1.5 pounds, so one recipe can't be divided evenly between these 2 of these. But once you start doubling and tripling, then you can start using the 1.5 pound pan. When a pan says that it's a 1 pound pan, hang on, I got to get my pans out here. These are my USA pans. They are worth the money, just so you know. But when a pan says it's a 1 pound loaf or a 1.5 pound loaf, that is the finished baked loaf of bread weight. You're going to lose about 1/4 pound to evaporation in baking. So when you go to fill your pans, you're going to use, if this is a 1 pound pan, you'll use about 1.25 pounds of dough. One single recipe makes about 2.5 pounds of dough. Even though it says it's a 2 pound bread machine, it's about 2.5 pounds of dough. So that's why it divides evenly between these 2. So these pans, a little bit bigger. They say they're a 1 pound, but I think they're a little bit bigger than a 1 pound loaf. So I usually put about 1.5 pounds of dough in these pans, in the USA pans. Again, they're aluminized steel to conduct good heat and give you good baking qualities, but they're coated with silicone. So the aluminum never touches your food, and the silicone is truly, truly nonstick. And guess where they're made? USA. Yeah, we like USA made things. So I'm going to start by, so this is my one big batch of dough here, and I'm going to do about 1.5 pounds of dough for this loaf, 1.5 pounds for this one. And this one should be about 2.5 pounds. Yep. Okay. All right. So let's start with just a basic loaf of bread. You already saw me shape the little round balls for the cloche. Well, I do my loaf bread most of the time that same way. Just kind of stretch that dough out and then just start pulling it over itself. Pull it up and over, up and over, up and over. And then when I get to that last little section there, if I'm wanting it for a loaf pan, I take my hand and I squish it into a loaf. Okay? And that's how I shape my round loaves. That's it. And then that goes in there. Now, it's important. Look how much this fills the pan. You usually go by the center point. So this is about 3/4 of the pan. So I know that this loaf can rise up and be kind of round over the pan. Big mistake people make is they put too little dough in the pan and expect it to rise up tall and be big. It will, but guess what happens when you put it in the oven? There's something called oven spring. It will rise up as much as an inch. Yesterday, my ooey gooey bread rose up 2 inches above what it was when I put it in the oven. If you have fully over-risen your dough, so if you let this rise up to this tall, it will, but when you put it in the oven and it tries to rise up more, guess what's going to happen? Your balloon is going to pop and it's going to collapse. So if that's what you're getting, a crater in your bread, and that's the big complaint with bread machines, is they overrise and then they collapse and fall. And that's why it's so nice to have a bread machine that you can adjust. Okay? So this is the critical rising step. In the bowl, not so critical. But here, more critical. So here's another way of shaping your dough. I'm just going to divide my dough for 1 loaf into 3 ropes. And just roll it. This dough is beautiful. It's perfect, actually. Any questions? Y'all good? Y'all asleep? Glad you came? Are you full? Did you enjoy the food? What was your favorite? The muffins?
And the bread, the garlic bread, yeah.
The garlic rolls? Anybody else have a favorite? The cinnamon bread, the ooey gooey? Yeah. So, I'll tell you about the ooey gooey when we get there. We're going to roll it out in a minute. All right, so here's my 3 ropes. Now, notice again, when I dumped this out, I did not knead this into a ball. You don't want to knead it here. It's not going to hurt. It's not like pie dough or biscuit dough that you'll make it tough. It's just if you knead it, that gluten then is going to be very elastic and it's going to be very difficult to roll out. If you get overzealous and do that, just let it sit for about 5 minutes and it'll be a lot easier to roll these ropes. If you're trying to roll it or shape it and it just keeps pulling back on you, just let it sit for a few minutes. So now this is one way to shape a loaf. A lot of times I'll do this with a free form, like something I'm going to cook on a cookie sheet. I do know how to do 6 braids, which is very, very beautiful, but I'm just going to do the 3 here. So you just take left over right, just like you braid anything else. You don't want to tug too much because you want some space for the dough to be able to rise and expand. When you get down here where they're short, you just wrap it around it and tuck it in. Notice I left the front end open, so now I'm going to braid backwards. It's not that difficult. It's not. Watch. Whatever rope is on top goes under. Okay, so this one's on top, it goes under. 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 See? It's really easy. It gives you a prettier end than squishing those ropes together and then going. So you could spritz this with some water, sprinkle it with some seeds, and put it out on a cookie sheet if you want. An egg wash will give it a really nice color. Or we're just going to squish this up, put it in my loaf pan, and it'll rise. It never rises as much as the round loaf, but it'll still rise up nice and pretty. Okay? So that's a braided loaf. All right, let's clean up our mess here. This is called a dough divider. A chef calls it a bench scraper. You can see why. You can clean up your messy flour and all of that. All right. So for the next batch of dough, we are going to divide it in half. So this is one single recipe. I forgot to put this in. I'm going to cook one in the cloche. So I'm going to put it in the oven now and let it preheat. So I might come back to shape that in just a minute. But I'm going to divide this in half. Actually, I'm going to set this aside. I'm going to take one whole recipe, and I'm going to make dinner rolls out of it. Or hamburger buns. That's what we're going to do. I usually have hamburgers after getting started class. So for a good hamburger bun, it's about 3 ounces of dough. If you need a smaller just sandwich roll, about 2 ounces. Y'all good? Everybody good? Anybody want to come up and help roll hamburger buns? Come on. You know you want to. Come on. You wore your apron so you could do this. I'm telling you, look at these colors. I just love it. I have some pants that I fly in that are about as loud as that. And
You should have this because it matches your dress.
It does. All right. So I'm going to, well, she doesn't have to be the only one. If anybody else wants to come on. You just go ahead and wash your hands there. All right. So let me show you how I make hamburger buns. There's a couple of ways you can do this. This is about 3 ounces, and that makes a really nice size hamburger bun. So there's one way is you can just kind of keep taking it in your hand and squishing the sides under, and then take your hand and roll it. Cup it really nicely around and roll it. And that'll make a nice, you can squish it down if you want, and that'll make a nice hamburger bun. It's going to rise up. Remember, it's going to be double. Here's how I like to make my buns. Roll it in a rope. So this is what you're going to do. Roll it in a rope, lay it across your hands, cross it over, tie it in a knot. And there's your knotted roll. How easy was that? All right, there you go, madam. You roll. Anybody else want to come roll? You can, but it probably has enough. You want to just, there we go. Yep, let me get a pan for us. What is all this? I need a cookie sheet. Yep. And you may be thinking, that looks really small for a hamburger bun. 3 ounces is perfect. You got to believe this is going to double in size. So it's going to really be a nice size hamburger bun. How you doing? Yep. There you go. Lay it over your hands. Cross it over. Tie a knot. Just like you're tying your shoe. Some people go backwards, but that's all right. You're a lefty, so yeah. Anybody else want to come up? Come on, you know you want to. Hot dog buns. You can use a hot dog pan if you want. USA sells that. You would take 3 ounces of dough, roll it in a rope, not as long as we're rolling here. Just roll it in and lay it in the pan like that. And they'll rise together and you just break them apart. But I'm going to be honest with you. My favorite way to do hot dogs is do dogs in a blanket. One single recipe. I divide it in half. Roll each half into a nice pretty circle. Divide that circle into 8 and roll them up like, into pie shapes and roll it up like dogs in a blanket. Brad and I eat biblically. We don't eat unclean meat. So we eat beef, hot dogs. That's our basic, hot dogs or hamburgers are our football watching food. So in the fall we eat it more than we usually do. Do get some deer. We're not hunters, but people do gift us that. Yes, it is. Tell me your name. Lee? Well, thank you for being my helper today. There you go. Nobody else wants to come roll rolls? April, you want to come roll a roll? Come on, come on.
So I'm a potter and I teach pottery to my
Oh, wow.
and they all love this.
Oh, great.
They're making stuff.
All right.
We call this snakes and snails.
April is my new friend that I've just connected with. Her husband is pastor up in Jasper, Georgia at the church. And she and her husband have connected with our church, and she is actually leaving next week to go do a crusade with our pastor in Chalinze, Tanzania. So, yeah. Yep, you can put them close together if you want. All right. Thank you, Lee. I'm going to let April jump in here. Let's give it up for Lee. All right. So here you go, girl. Just, here, let me give you a squirt of oil. Just rub your hand and then just roll it. But see how nice the mat, actually for rolling the ropes, it's almost better to not have oil, so it'll kind of stick but slide. Does that make sense? Yep. There you go. You're perfect. There is no wrong way to do this in making bread dough. The only thing with shaping your loaves, you just want to make sure you get those air bubbles out, which in the early days, the first recipe that I learned how to make bread with was a challah bread, and it was braided, and so that's how I learned to make yeast bread. And I found that braiding it, working the dough this much really gets those air bubbles out. So I never had an air bubble in my bread unless I tried to do a round loaf, and then I kept getting an air pocket. And but now, gotten a little better, so there you have it. All right, perfect. Yay, let's hear for April. All right, so we're going to take this dough and we're going to divide it in half. This is one basic recipe. You know, that was a triple recipe, so I kind of divided it into 3 recipes here so I knew what I was working with. Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and shape the one I'm going to put in the cloche and let it just rest for a few more minutes while that cloche base preheats. So I'm just going to fold it over itself, tugging, and just working it into a round. Cup it with my hands. Sit it there. Spritz it with some water. Sprinkle it with some seeds. And you don't have to do this with your cloche bread. You can let it be whatever you want. It can be a sweet bread too. All right. So now let's make the ooey gooey bread. All right. So see, that was kind of what I would do. I loved the mixer because I could do a large batch of dough, and I would make some cinnamon bread, which would be our breakfast bread. I could make some dinner rolls or hamburger buns or sandwich bread, sandwich rolls. And then I would make a couple of plain loaves of bread, all out of the big batch of dough, and that was good for 3 or 4 days. When my kids were all at home, I made 6 loaves of bread just about twice a week. Of course, in between all that, we were having muffins and pancakes and cookies and donuts and whatever. So let me show you how to make the ooey gooey bread. Now, I used a whole recipe to make a big giant loaf for y'all, but I'm going to just use the dough for 1 loaf here. So I'm just going to spread it out. Got a little bit of poppy seeds in there, but that will be all right. And I'll tell you how this dough, this variation came about. Normally, I would make cinnamon rolls or cinnamon bread, and I would just spread it with butter and sprinkle it with the sucanat and honey granules. And I still do that from time to time. But one morning, I was going to make coffee cake. And something happened, and coffee cake didn't happen. Well, I had already made the topping for it. So, which if you turn back in your book, huh? Oh, okay. So if you turn back 1 page to page 22, right there is the ooey gooey filling. That is the same topping recipe that's for the coffee cake. So I just went, well, I've got this topping. I don't really want it to sit here. I'll just put it inside the bread. And my kids loved it so much, and they called it ooey gooey bread because it's quite ooey gooey. So that is butter and the sucanat, which is the brown sugar substitute. Now, if I were making cinnamon rolls, this is exactly the same way I would do it. Instead of stretching it out, though, and rolling it into a loaf, I would just roll it out like this, spread my topping here, roll it up, and cut it into pieces. With a cinnamon roll, the size of the cinnamon roll is going to be how wide you roll it. How many cinnamon rolls is going to be how long you roll it, okay? So let's get the ooey gooey topping. There it is. And it is just the sucanat, butter, cinnamon. I love nutmeg, so I put nutmeg in there. If you don't love nutmeg, don't put it in there. Be warned, a lot of those muffin recipes have nutmeg. If you don't like nutmeg, then just leave it out. It's your muffins. I don't care what you do with them. Just do it. So I just spread it out. It's about a cup in a single loaf. It's about a cup and a half, almost 2 if I use the full recipe. And I used the Pullman pan and made that big, nice loaf of the ooey gooey. And I don't know if you know why it's called a Pullman pan, because it has a lid, which I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. So the Pullman pan is designed for you to bake it with the lid on. It slides on. You rise it, and what I did this morning, I made the mistake and rose it too long. You really only want to rise it just 25 minutes and then let it rise in the oven the rest. And what the lid does is keeps it from rising tall over the pan, and it makes it fill in all the gaps, and you have this perfectly square loaf of bread. My daughter has absolutely perfected it. She showed me her sandwich yesterday, and it was exactly square, perfect square. And she uses an electric knife and slices it just so beautifully. So there we go. All right, so we spread it out. Now we're going to lift and roll. Got that spot right there, a little too thin. Now I'm going to show you how to do a fun little braid with this. We learned this at a bakery convention we went to years ago. Actually, 9/11, where we were. Everybody remembers where they were that day. We were in the air when everything happened. All right, so like I said, if you wanted cinnamon rolls, just cut, and that's why I like the graduations here. I slide it here, and then I just use my divider and cut here. You don't want to use sharp knives on your silicone mats, but the dough divider, or you saw we had a nylon pizza cutter, was fine on this. But I'm going to make a braided loaf out of this, so I'm going to squish it and make it long. Storing bread, let's talk about that real quick. You either want to store yeast bread on the counter or in the freezer, never the refrigerator. Unless, of course, you have some meat or something like that that needs to be refrigerated. But other than that, counter, room temperature, or freezer. Once the bread is baked, the nutritional loss is minimal, okay? But you want to let your loaves completely cool before you bag them. We do have some wonderful bread bags. They're very big. They'll hold several loaves or long loaves. We had them made to hold the big 2 pounds of Harushi loaf just fine. All right, so I've elongated my dough here.
Why not the refrigerator?
The refrigerator temperature, it's actually the temperature, it's like 33, 34 degrees, dehydrates the bread. It causes it to dry out. Yep. So it's actually a biochemical reaction. It's kind of there are bread biochemists, and that's what I learned. So you make a candy cane or whatever you want to call this, and then you turn it into a 6 by putting that, you see what I did? Bring that over. All right, y'all with me? Okay, why do I want to do this? Because I like the filling spread all throughout the loaf instead of just in a swirl. But if you want a swirl, then just roll it up. But here you go. It's very, very fast and easy, but very impressive. So you take your loop here, grab it, and turn it away from you, okay? If you turn it the wrong way, you undo it. So there's no way to mess this up, all right? Maybe not, but anyway. Take the loop, turn it away from you, take your tail, the tail of the bread, stick it under. There you go. And now you have a nice loaf of bread. It's braided, swirled all in, elongated a bit, and drop it down in your loaf pan. This will take a little longer to rise and bake than just your plain loaves. All right, now I'm going to get my cloche out. Put my bread in here. Whoops, let's split it. Spritz it. Where's my lid? Yeeks. All right, remember it's hot. and this will bake about 35 minutes. Your yeast breads, your loaves, usually bake at 350. I'm only going to do 30 since it's a smaller loaf. Your yeast breads, once they've risen, going to bake at 350 traditionally. My cloche I use a little hotter, 375. The rolls, usually 400 for about 10 to 15 minutes, depending on how big they are. The loaves, it's usually around 30 minutes. Your filled loaves, because of the moisture you've added in there, a lot of times 45, especially if you put apples or something like that in there, which are delicious added to that. Sprinkle of that coconut, if you like that, in there. It's your bread. Be creative. Yeah. I think that's what. Internal temperature. When the bread is done, your best friend is a thermometer, which I think mine are probably all over there. Do y'all have my thermometer? A thermometer? I thought I had mine here. Anyway, instant read thermometer. You know where it is? I can't find mine either. That's weird. Well, you saw me use it earlier. We sell a couple of styles out there. You want the internal temperature about 190 to 200, especially if you have eggs, milk, and butter in there. 180 to 190 if it's just water, oil, and no eggs or butter. Any questions? Yes?
I like to make rye bread. And
Yes?
It says half rye flour and half
Wheat.
whole wheat.
Uh-huh.
I mean, all purpose. Can I use the hard red wheat as the other half?
Yes.
Is that any problem?
Absolutely. If it's a yeasted bread, his question is rye bread. It's telling him to use half rye flour and half white all-purpose flour. So I would probably use the hard white instead of the hard red, so you still get that flavor of the rye coming out. But either one, anytime it's a yeast bread, hard wheat. If it's a cake, quick bread, muffin, biscuit, or whatever, you're going to have better results if you use soft wheat, but you can use really any grain, okay? But for any time yeast bread, which sourdough is still a yeasted bread, hard wheat is going to be your better choice there. My favorite combination now at home is I use a cup of hard red, a cup of hard white, and a cup of spelt. I love spelt. I like einkorn. It's kind of funny. I think it's a little overrated. It's the new quinoa. You know, quinoa took the whole world by storm, and it's just everybody's raving about it. I do hear people talk about that, you know, spelt, kamut, and einkorn a little easier to digest. I don't know if that's real or we've just heard that and we feel that. I don't know. You know, I personally feel all wheat is an ancient grain. It's been around for a long time. Yes, the wheat we have today is hybridized. It's not genetically modified. Just so you know, there is no genetically modified wheat sold in this country. Okay? Yes, Monsanto developed some, and yes, trials were done, but they were stopped in 2005, and it was never approved for commercial use. So it's out there for sure, and they want it, but it's not. When I say it's out there, it's been developed, but it's not sold. So it's not genetically modified. I do not have a problem with the wheat we have today. Einkorn, little weaker protein structure, doesn't make as great a bread, may need a little more flour, like spelt. I love einkorn for muffins, and my favorite is just to boil it and eat it as a grain salad, like rice, or as a base for a grain salad. Yeah, but and it's expensive. Oh my gosh, you know, spelt, kamut, they're all $100 as opposed to $50 and $60 for the regular wheat. So I think it's yeah, it's great. I love eating all kinds of grains. Yes, his question is, can it be substituted for soft white? Yes, absolutely. Now, it's going to be a little strong, probably more between the soft red and the soft white. It's not quite as nutty flavor as the red, but not quite as mild as the white. It's really nice, but it is very expensive. And like I said, for most people, I don't think you're going to have a problem with regular wheat. I think what people are comparing to is bread from the store, they have a problem. They switch to einkorn or spelt because it's supposed to be easier to digest and they don't have a problem. But what are they switching to and from? But I don't deny, I don't doubt there are people with sensitivities. I get emails from people all the time saying, I'm not celiac, but I do still have trouble digesting the wheat. I get it. There are sensitivities. But there's a lot of factors in that. Let me just say that we talked a lot about nutrition today, but I want to tell you something. What did I say gluten is formed from? Do you remember? Proteins in wheat. Proteins are digested in our stomachs. The enzymes that digest proteins absolutely have to have an acid environment. Do you know what one of the number one drugs in America today? Acid blocking drugs. What is that doing to our stomach acid? It is neutralizing it. What is that doing to our protein digestion? It's weakening it at the least. An allergy, the definition of an allergy is an adverse reaction to a protein component in a food or a sting or whatever. That's the definition, the biochemical definition of an allergy. So I think we have to look beyond some of this. Milk. Why are there so many milk allergies? Now, my little granddaughter, she was born with a milk allergy. I do not deny that there are true allergies. Something in your genetics, okay? But I'll tell you this, the pasteurization of milk destroys all the enzymes to help you break down the sugars and the proteins that are there. So look again at what we've done to our food, and we'll see probably some answers. Yes, ma'am? When did I spritz the water? Really just at any time once you shape it. I mean, you could even, like if I wanted to spritz this one, I could do it now before you bake it, but I usually do it right when I... What? No, I don't spritz them in... Okay, two things the spritz does. It acts as glue for the seeds. So if I'm not using the cloche, I just spritzed it with water to hold the seeds on, okay? But when I'm using the cloche really likes some extra moisture, and that's what gives it that nice crustier crust, but it also holds the seeds on. So just before I put it in there, I spritz it with water and sprinkle the seeds. Yes, good question. Nope, they've sliced it up. Y'all want to hold it up over there? There it is. Yeah. So we're done. Thank you so much for joining us today. I want you to, we didn't serve Kefir. And y'all are ready. I didn't even make Kefir yesterday. Let me taste it, see if it's beerish. Speaking of stomach acid, acid reflux is a huge problem in our country, but what we need to do is get those good gut organisms in there and actually increase our acid production. And a great way to do that is with kefir juice. This is, that smells. This is naturally or fermented, not naturally, fermented, just 100% juice. I'm going to taste it because I hadn't made it in a while. And okay, that's a little beerish. It will continue fermenting in the, that one's really nice. Let's see what this one tastes like. Woo! That one's good. That one's newer made. Okay, what am I drinking? This is, how many of y'all heard of kombucha? All right, that's a fermented drink. Different organisms. I'm not a huge fan. The organisms that ferment your tea or juice or whatever with kombucha is acetic acid organisms. They produce acetic acid, which is vinegar. That is why kombucha tastes a little more like vinegar. The organisms that we've used to ferment our juice here are lactobacillus organisms. They produce lactic acid. It's a combination of bacteria and yeast. The yeast, just like in your bread dough, feeds on those sugars and produces carbon dioxide. So it naturally carbonates these. this juice, but then also is producing probiotics and good things for you. This is the exact same organisms that colonize your gut. So this is a great probiotic, okay? We started doing this probably about 10 years ago now. And my husband had bad acid reflux. And once he started drinking this, his reflux stopped. And every single person we've told about the Kefir juice or drink that had acid reflux, when they start using this, their digestion improves and their acid reflux stops. So this is just a great fermented drink. I'm going to let y'all go ahead and serve it. Just give them a little taste. They don't need a whole cup. Or you might can mix it with some of this. You want to mix it with a little bit? Here. I'm going to show you while they're pouring. Here, this'll. I don't want to mix it with too much. That'll be good. All right, so how you make this. We sell a starter in the refrigerator that is a half a cup of this juice. Okay, that's the starter. Hang on, let me go get a bottle of juice and make it for you. Hold on, be right back. Go dogs. These organisms will naturally ferment any type of juice, herbal tea, as long as it's got some sweetener in it. You can use the honey granules or avocado. You can tell I'm getting tired, and it's not the beer, but agave nectar. Okay, so this is my bottle of juice, plain, 100% organic apple juice. I love the grape juices as well. What I'm going to do is pour a half a cup off. It takes a half a cup of starter to inoculate 1 quart of juice, or a quarter cup for a quart, okay? Here we go. Here's our starter. That's nothing more than a half a cup of this fermented juice is in this bottle, okay, in this jar. That's your starter. So I'm going to pour a half a cup of my unfermented juice off to make room for my starter, which, you know what, I can just use this. We sell it. It's in the refrigerator up front. We make it, okay, which is nothing more than what's in this bottle here. But here's what you're going to do. So I just took a half a cup off to make room for this. Going to pour this in here. And what you want to do is pour most of it and then really want to swirl that stuff off the bottom, because that's all your goodies, or a lot of them, the concentrated ones. Pour it in there. Shake it up. The nice thing about Kefir organisms, they ferment at room temperature, unlike yogurt organisms that take 110, 120, so you have to have an incubator. This ferments at room temperature, and it will be ready tomorrow morning. So it's about 24 hours, maybe in warmer months, 12 to 18. Colder, if it's really cold in here, it'd be maybe about 24. So that's it. Once it's ready, how do you know when it's ready? You heard it burp when I opened it. It will be bulging like that. You will see it's expanded, and there will be sediment on the bottom. Okay? So when I see that tomorrow, it'll be bulging, sediment. You don't want to go, is it ready? Because it's carbonated. It'll explode, okay? So you want to burp it. At that point, it goes in the refrigerator. So tomorrow morning, when this is ready, I'll burp it, put it in the refrigerator, start drinking it. Before you drink it all, use a half a cup to start your next bottle. You never need another starter, okay? So use a half a cup of this to start your next bottle. Half a cup of that to start your next bottle. Should you forget, should you have teenage boys that really love this juice and drink it all and went, oops, and then put the empty bottle back in the refrigerator? Like I'm not going to notice? That's like the milk. Oh, well, I didn't want to go get another gallon down of my raw milk. Oh, so he puts the empty carton in the refrigerator. Really? Anyway, so if that should happen, as long as you have this sediment, you're good, okay? So if you want to drink it all and then take your half a cup that you poured off and just pour it in your empty bottle with all that sediment, swirl it up and pour that in there. It'll do it. As long as you got that sediment, you're good. But when my kids were at home, my 3 youngest ones, this is when we started doing this, they drank this as their beverage for dinner. So we actually went through about a bottle almost every day or 2. So I just poured a half a cup off. You know, every day I had a bottle fermenting. But now that it's just Brad and I typically wait. We drink it all, and then I just use that sediment on the bottom. Yep. This is apple juice, 100% juice. It's not the juice drinks. Any juice. I don't like citrus, fermented citrus. Okay, so, but Northlands has some on sale right now. That's the cranberry raspberry. They have a blueberry blackberry I see that I like. My favorite, it's not organic, but I still love the Welch's white grape peach. It is really delicious. And in the Christmas class, how many of y'all got registered for the Christmas class? Anybody in here? I'm sorry. But we're going to have non-alcoholic mojitos. So I use my Kefir juice, muddle my lime and my mint, put some ice, pour my Kefir juice over it, and it's a delicious drink. Tonight, I will probably zest some ginger, fresh ginger over ice, little splash of vanilla, little splash of almond extract, pour my Kefir juice over it, and it is the best cherry vanilla ginger ale you've ever tasted, but it's a probiotic with very little sugar. The organisms eat the sugars, okay? Yes? Yes, you can. Her question is, going back to the bread, if you don't have eggs, you can either just make it without it. I make great bread without it. Did not use it. Don't use it in Tanzania, Haiti. Didn't use it in Israel. Just don't use the eggs if you don't want to. But the flaxseed, I have used that flaxseed gel where you cook it with some water or just wort in some water. Yep, you can do that. Any other questions? Nope, it's not. It's on the jar. The jar will tell you how to do it. In case you're brain dead like me right now, it'll tell you how to do it. But honestly, that's it. What you just saw me do. Take a half a cup off, make room for this, pour it in, shake it up. Tomorrow it'll be ready. Just don't shake this bottle once it's ready. Just burp it, put it in the refrigerator, start drinking it. Yeah. Yep. And it helps recolonize your gut. It's a great, delicious probiotic, and kids will love it. Your grandkids will love it. This jar, we just made it this week, so I would say a couple of weeks. This will be good. We usually make it about every 2 weeks, so it should be good. Even in the refrigerator, the juice will continue to ferment. So I've been gone, and so I hadn't made it in a month, and so that's why I was like, oh, okay, that's a little not sweet, little end product alcohol for sure, but nothing that's going to make you drunk. I don't drink. I'm very sensitive. Gee, they're laughing. I don't do, I'm very boring. I drink water. I don't do soft drinks, don't smoke, don't drink, don't do drugs, never have. I'm boring. But anyway, this has never made me feel weird. Okay, so maybe once when I had been gone for about 2 months and I taste, I'm like, holy cow, whoa. Yes. Go off? Yeah. You should be drinking it every day. So just drinking it every day, you'll be burping it, But yes, if you're going to be gone for a while, I would probably loosen the cap just a little bit. But also, I'm not a huge fan of plastic. But this is one area I use plastic because I have had glass explode, okay? No. Now, if you want, when you get down lower, you can swirl and get that good sediment up off the bottom if you want. But if you shake that, it's bubbly. Okay. No, not really. You can if you want. Too much work. It's just just drink it. Think of this as wine, kinda. Okay. This is how, like Europeans, you drink wine because naturally fermented wine helps with digestion. It just does. Paul told Timothy, take a little wine for your stomach. So this is think of it as the same concept. We're so medicinal in this country. How much do I drink or what do I do? Except this isn't alcoholic here, okay? So it's all good, but it helps you digest your food. So drinking it a little bit, maybe before the meal or with your meal. I drink just a little bit every day probably. When I left, this is why it's a little nicer than kombucha. It's not you don't have to feed it every day. So if it's a little beerish tasting and you don't like the taste of it, then just pour off. If you've been gone for a while, just pour it off and then use the sediment and that'll be fine. But you don't have to feed it every day. You don't have to do anything to it. Just drink it and use it. My bread is rising. Yes. Any other questions? Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Probably what I'll do is add this unfermented to it, and that'll tone that down a little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
We do have a question from an online viewer.
Okay.
How much starter for sourdough do you use?
That is like a 4-hour class question. How much starter? There are sourdough. There are so many ways to make sourdough. The more popular right now is to use a 1/2 cup of starter for a big batch of dough. The way I learned to make sourdough was take my 1/2 cup of starter that was stored in the refrigerator, add 4 cups of flour, 4 cups of water, make a big bowl of starter. The next morning, get up, take my 1/2 cup of starter out, put it in the refrigerator, and then use all of that big bowl of starter to make my bread dough. That's the way I learned. So it just depends on your method, but it's a ratio of how much flour you're using. And I think it's typically, I want to say about 1/10. So it's like 100 grams of starter if you're using 1,000 grams of flour, I think. But it's somewhere right around a 1/2 cup is the way traditionally. I learned to make a big bowl of starter and use all of that. And I never had discard. I didn't know what all that was about. So yeah, that's another day's class. Yes. God bless you all. If there's not any more questions, I was supposed to be done. Never mind. At least they're still putting me at 2:30, but we're shooting to get done by 1:30. I'm later today than I've ever been since I revised the class. God bless you all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekends. We won't hold it against you if you don't root for the dogs tonight, but I'm going to be. So you'll know where I'll be at 7 o'clock tonight. So thank you all for coming. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Just leave it on the table. Surveys left on the table, and any cookbooks that you don't want, just leave them laying on the table. Thank you so much for your patience and for coming today.
Thank you.
Let me wash my hands and I'll sign your book. Oh, don't forget to come taste your bread over here with the olive oil dipping herbs. That is Charmaine.